After a recent stop in Japan, the Ladies European Tour has touched down in the United Arab Emirates this weekend. The stars of the LET visit all four corners of the world, and this week it's Dubai that plays host to the climax of the 2015 calendar, the 10th staging of the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. An international field has been whittled down to battle for the honours today at the spectacular Emirates Golf Club. It's a big day for England's Mel Reid, who has a chance of finishing second on the money list if she goes low today. Jade Schaefer is one of the surprise names up there on the leaderboard. After flying the French flag this week, she'll be one to watch. Caroline Masson from Germany played herself back into contention on Friday with a sparkling round of 67. But the lowest score on day 3 came from Thailand's Thidapa Suwanapura, who fired in 6 successive birdies to complete a round of 65. Once more in Dubai, though, it's world number 6, Shan Shan Fang, who is the player to beat on the final day. 3 successive rounds of 67 have left her in pole position and tantalizingly close to a record 3rd title at this event. Shan Shan Fang takes a 5-shot lead into the final round in Dubai then, with Thidapa Suwanapura, her nearest challenger, on Friday night after her 65 yesterday. Jade Schaefer, Caroline Masson and Mel Reid are behind them on the leaderboard after playing some solid golf over the opening 3 days. A very warm welcome to the Emirates Golf Club and our coverage of the final day's play at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Lee Goodall alongside Alison Whittaker in the commentary box once more this afternoon on another lovely day in the United Arab Emirates. Alison, first question, first and foremost, can you see anything but another Shan Shan Fang victory today?
Well, if that's the case, the girls have a lot up against them. She looked so fantastic out there yesterday morning. A little bit of a different story yesterday afternoon, had a few bogeys on the back 9 and things started to get a little interesting, but she's getting out to a red-hot start again today, and it is going to be some fantastic golf out there this afternoon.
These are the conditions once more. It was very windy and cloudy when we arrived in Dubai on Monday morning. Windy on Tuesday as well, but the skies cleared. We've had blue skies and sunshine for the majority of the week. The wind's been relatively low in the morning. It does tend to get up in the afternoon, so we'll see whether that's a factor later today. It was something that Shan Shan Fang talked about yesterday, in fact, just the challenge of the wind, but so far no problems whatsoever for Shan Shan Fang. She started strongly today. That's the bad news for the rest of the field. Shan Shan Fang birdieing the 2nd and the 3rd. She's moved out to 17 under par. Suwanapura 10 under par, so a 7-shot lead now for the world number 6. And it's looking, Alison, like a battle for 2nd at the moment. Yeah,
very much so. And there's some great names and some new names in that chasing pack as well. Some great golf from Isabella Ramsey, Georgia Hall, Melanie Jorgensen as well, someone we haven't seen too much of this year. But, you know, it's an exciting time for women's golf. Everyone's at high intensity. It's the end of the year, and they're all looking for a good finish.
Emily Pedersen, notably, now in a tie for 12th. We were talking a lot at the start of the week about Pedersen leading the Rookie of the Year battle over 2nd place Nana Madsen, another young dame, both those players from Denmark. Pedersen had just made the cut, so at one stage this week we were wondering whether Madsen might pull off an unlikely victory in that race. But Pedersen, having made the cut, has played some good golf over the last couple of days, and it looks more and more like Pedersen will be crowned Rookie of the Year later today. It's a big deal on the Ladies European Tour. Some big names have won that honour over the years. Here's Shan Shan Fang in some eye-catching trousers today. And some eye-catching golf already, Alison.
Yeah, that was for par out there on the par 3 4th hole, and a great save. It's a very tricky pin, just tucked way back in the right-hand corner, and she's done well to save par from there.
Here's Caroline Masson from Germany, one of the Solheim Cup players in the field this week. Started well this week, 69, wobbled on day 2 with a 75, 67 though yesterday, so played some good golf yesterday, level par today. That means she's 5 under par, tie for 5th at the moment. Masson played alongside Georgia Hall and Mel Reid, English duo. Here's Jade Schaefer playing in the final group today. Big day for Jade. Dropped a shot on the par 5 third, Jade, so not off to the quickest of starts, but it's been a good week for the French woman after a not such a sparkling year by her standards. Georgia Hall, young English woman, plenty of promise. Shake of the head, but her best week, if she keeps going at this rate, in terms of her LET season. 35th on the order of merit, Georgia. Now here's Suwanapura. We saw her struggling with, and really struggling with an injury late yesterday, Suwanapura, didn't we? Could that be a factor today?
Yeah, very much so. She said her goal for yesterday was literally just to finish her round, and she did it in style with 6 straight 30s, coming in down from 12 to 18. But it's so hard out there when your body's not doing what you're expecting it to, and keeping your focus under immense pressure on top of the pain, it can be very difficult.
Yeah, if you weren't watching yesterday when she came off the course, she spoke to us immediately and then sat down with the written press as we watch Reed putt for par, and had to literally sit down. They all sat in a semicircle just by the scoring hut due to the pain she was in. So Suwanapura really struggling to over the last couple of holes, leaning on the caddy, wasn't she, as she was walking up the fairway. Some sort of issue with the hip or the glute, which was affecting the nerves down the right side of her leg, I think.
Yeah, it's an interesting injury because, you know, whenever the hip socket gets tight, it really does obviously affect the nerve endings all through that iliac crest as well, and it's very important to stretch that out. It happens a lot on the golf course, actually. A lot of the pros have issues with their hips and their lower back, and the nerves definitely come into play out on the golf course sometimes, both between the ears and around the hips, but hopefully that doesn't bother her too much today. I had a lot of admiration for her, actually, to do the interviews, obviously in so much pain last night. It was very impressive that she still took the time to talk to the press and give them the feedback about her round. I was very happy to see that from another member.
There she is, 10 under on the 5th tee. Pretty quick to play down any kind of talk about whether she could catch Shan Shan. She's very honest about her chances. She was asked if she thought she could catch the world number 6, and immediately replied, no, don't think so. I liked her description of Shan Shan's golf yesterday. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, she wouldn't have seen too much of it yesterday in different groups, but she had a little boom, boom, boom out there herself yesterday as well.
Schaefer, 5 under. Currently in a tie for 5th, the French woman alongside Caroline Masson. Sataye Banpot from Thailand. And Pornanong Patlam as well in a tie for 5th. As it stands, champion here in 2013, Patlam. Mel Reid on the 6th, par 4.
Beautifully balanced golf swing there from Mel. If there is a side to miss it on the 6th, it is definitely over on the left side of the fairway, the way that the green slopes left to right. Pedersen's approach.
Masson on the 6th tee. Big year for her. Of course, she started in the Solheim Cup on home soil. That could be, really could have been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that, for Caroline Masson. There was a lot of talk about whether she'd make the team. The Germans, St. Leon Rott Club, hosting the event against the Americans. One of the biggest events in women's golf, if not the biggest.
You know, I really feel as though that was a bit of a springboard for her 2015 season as well. It seemed to give her some kind of confidence because she came into quite a run of form in the last 8 to 10 weeks on tour. Made the last 6 cuts out on the LPGA convincingly. Had a 6 at the Lorena Ochoa Invitational as well, so she definitely found her stride later in the year.
Yeah, you always look for players, don't you, when you're looking at form coming into tournaments, the ones who've arrived with a bit of confidence, a few decent finishes, especially towards the end of the season, I think, when maybe a few of the field are just starting to feel a little bit jaded. I often think, you know, you sometimes get players who've missed sections of the calendar, don't you, through the season. You get to the likes of October, November, December, and they're a bit fresher, and sometimes that makes the difference.
Yeah, definitely, particularly with a lot of the restricted fields events going into the latter part of the season. A lot of events move to Asia, you know, chasing the sun throughout September, October and November, particularly November for us out on the LET. And it can be difficult when you know when you don't have the momentum. So it's just dependent on, you know, what you do in that off time and whether you make the most of it or whether, you know, you would have rather had a few more events perhaps.
Yeah, and it's not just about feeling physically fresh, is it? Mentally fresh, that's a big key. And if you've been playing well and doing well, then it helps. It's Malene Jorgensen, another of the young Danes doing well this week. Talked a lot about Danish golf, the 2 Danes battling for the Rookie of the Year title. Nicole Brock Larsen, second on the order of merit coming into this week, but she could be nudged down that list depending on how the likes of Mel Reid and mathematically Gladys Nasira had a chance of second. So it looks like really Mel Reid is the only player who can dislodge Brock Larsen from second spot on the order of merit. Worth pointing out that Shan Shan Fang has also wrapped that one up as well. It's impossible to catch her at the start of the week. She's played the minimum number of events on the Ladies European Tour this season to be eligible to win that title. This 6th, got to play 6 tournaments on the LET money list. Here's Schaefer. It's a bit breezy out there again, Alison.
It's a similar wind to previous days in terms of direction, but it's always just a case of whether that wind is constant or whether it's gusty. I had a chat with Tanya, Laura Davies' caddy, last night, and she said she had a lot of trouble with club selection out yesterday afternoon. Laura obviously not playing so great yesterday, had a bit of a rough start and finish really. Shot 77, but there were a few issues out there guessing the elements.
Great shot from Suwanapura. Smile on the face. Doesn't look to be in too much discomfort. So it's an injury she's been struggling with for the second half of this season. Hasn't been able to play as much or as well as she would have been hoping to in the second half of the season, but she's got a card over in the States against once more, Suwanapura. Here's Shan Shan Fang, sporting the colours of the UAE this afternoon, taking care of business in every regard today. Keep the sponsors happy and the hosts, always important.
Yeah, and she's also always so, you know, aware of the sponsor side of golf, and she's a great ambassador for the game on any tour. Very well liked by the players, always up for a bit of a laugh as well. So it does not surprise me to see her out there sporting the green, white and red.
Yeah, appears to be a part of the world she really enjoys visiting, and I think it comes at a good time in her schedule, doesn't it? Because she's played a full season, she's had another really solid year on tour, and it feels, and of course she'd already racked up the order of merit, so it feels like she arrives in Dubai without that much pressure on her, and that seems to enable her to play with abandon, really.
Yeah, and she really, you know, reading her press conferences and hearing some of the questions asked to her, she's just completely focused on every single shot. She doesn't put any pressure on herself because she says everyone else does that for me anyway, you know, the press and the people around me with their own expectations, that she's very weary of, you know, trying to go out and win. She said she just wanted a top 5 and she was happy with that, but so far 3 rounds of 67 and she is very impressive on the golf course and in a good place on the leaderboard to win.
It's Charlie Hull in the blue and yellow. Not challenging this week, Charlie, but she's had a good year as well. Solid year of consolidation in terms of working on her game, the team around her moving in the right direction on the world rankings. It's Laura Davies. Davies was up there, of course, after a couple of days, was just 2 off the lead. 2 behind Shan Shan when they started yesterday, but as is often the case on this course, Shan Shan hit the accelerator pretty early on, left the rest of the field in her dust. Seems to be comfortable as a front runner as well, doesn't she? You know, when you've won the kind of tournament she's won, a major winner, of course, before you've done it at that level, it gives you an extra level of self-belief in this situation.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, she just seems absolutely comfortable out on the golf course. It's almost like this is the bonus round for Shan Shan this week.
Nice putt from Patlam. The winner 2 years ago, Ponan Patlam. No, Jo Clutton, we haven't seen too much of her this week. She's been sneaking up the leaderboard, another of the French players out on tour. Talented youngster.
Yeah, there'll be very few players this week that can outdrive their compatriot Laura Davies, but Jo Clutton did pick up the driving distance award on the LPGA for 2015. Drove away in a nice new car as well, I believe, so a little bonus for her, and she works really hard on the golf course.
Masson, another of the Europeans who plays a fair bit of golf over in the States, mixes up the schedule. Good to see her back supporting the Ladies European Tour. Just missed out on the Order of Merit, didn't she? 2012, Carlota Segunda, the Spaniard, pipped her to the post at this course on the final day, went down to the wire. Back to Schaefer. Easy to pick out. Jade always has some fashionable headgear. Likes her shoes as well, I'm led to believe.
Yeah, I actually had a chat with her last night asking how she got her hats around around the globe as she does, and I said, do you have a special bag for it? And she said, no, I have a form. And I said, oh, what's a form? And she said, I put it inside and then I pack them carefully in my golf bag each week. So she takes good care of them and always looks sharp out on the links.
She does. It's a nice feature, isn't it? Easy to pick her out. Stands out on tour. Always looks immaculate. As the French often do, of course. They're good at that. Back to Shan Shan. Birdie putt, chance to move to 18 under par for the tournament. Our winning total in 2012 was, yes, 21 under back in 2012. She's moving towards that target. What a putt, Alison.
That was incredible. It was right back up the hill, straight into the grain, and 9 times out of 10 we'll see players leave that putt short, but that never looked like missing. Halfway to the hole, you could have almost called it. Little fist pump there with Caddy Mercer. Apart from that, it's business as usual, isn't it?
Jorgensen.
Oh, great putt there from Melanie Jorgensen. Brilliant save for her. Out on the 11th hole.
Got a great front 9, Jorgensen. Played the front 9 in 4 under. Charlie Hull, second highest ranked player in the field at the start of the week, just outside the top 40 in the world rankings. Charlie. That's Sorensen. It was always going to be a challenge for her today, and not just in terms of the gap at the top of the leaderboard, that 5-shot advantage of Shan Shan's, but with the injury, as you mentioned earlier, Alison, never easy to focus on your game. Is it? I guess it's two sides of the coin, isn't it? You could say, well, it takes the pressure off in some respect because it lowers your expectations, but then if things start to go wrong, it's very difficult to block out mentally.
Yeah, and also when it's not a consistent injury like hers, when it's an issue with your nerves, it's quite sporadic, and you never know when it's going to come, and that kind of pain is very hard to manage. You know, if you've got a sore ankle like Laura does, she's got a torn tendon in that left ankle out here this week, and just, you know, the dull pain that's always there is much easier to take care of. But when it comes at you out of the blue with nerve pain, it can be very tricky.
Started well, Laura. Start of the week, couple of 68s. Schaefer for par, stays on 5 under. Off she goes. But it's a familiar story here in Dubai. A 5-shot lead at the start of the day has turned into an 8-shot advantage for the world number 6, Shan Shan Fang. At the moment, it's looking like Titipa Suwanapura who will finish second. That's without any disrespect to the rest of the field, but it is turning into a battle for second. Suwanapura 10 under par as it stands. Isabella Ramsey having a good day. It's moved into third, the young Swede, 6 under par. Jurgensen, Patlam, Hall, Masson and Schaefer a little bit further down that leaderboard. There's Emily Pedersen. Looks like it will be a big evening for young Emily after a wonderful season on tour. One in India earlier this year, and she will join the likes of Amy Bolden, Charlie Hull, Carlotta Saganda, Caroline Headwall, Mel Reid, Suzanne Petterson, Laura Davies as a former Rookie of the Years on the Ladies European Tour. It's a good indication of a youngster's potential, isn't it?
Very much so, and a lot of the players are aware of that. It really is a massive achievement, particularly when you're coming out and you're playing a lot of golf courses that you've never laid eyes on before. You know, you look at tournament vets like Laura, and she's seen some of these golf courses, she's probably played them 80 times, and the kind of experience that you get from that much time on a golf course is priceless. So to come out and have such an incredible rookie year is just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, her position on the order of merit puts her year into perspective. Pedersen, we're talking about 6th. So not just winning the Rookie of the Year race, but right up there on the money list as well. Good year for Nana Manson, of course, as well. 2nd in the rookie standings. She's in the top 10 on the money list as well. Masson for birdie. I was impressed with Caroline's press conference yesterday. Speaks intelligently about her golf, a real thinker. Long, considered answers after a good day yesterday she had, Caroline. Plenty of analysis when she came off the course. She was another to say her opinion. The golf course perfectly suits Shan Shan Fang. This is Mel Reid for par, and it goes. 3 under. 75,000 euros for the champion today, 45,000 for second, 30,000 for third. So you've got to think that Mel, given she's around 11,000 euros behind Brock Larson on the money list, she's got to finish second or third, really, hasn't she, to have any chance of leapfrogging the Dane into second spot.
Nass on for par on the 6th. That's a good save. Very tricky hole location at the well back left corner on the 6th hole today. 45 paces onto the green. It's an interesting layout, the 6th hole. Green runs from 7 o'clock on the clock dial to 1 p.m. and it can be an awkward green to get the ball close from the fairway.
Georgia Hall from England, just 19 years of age. Pro midway through 2014 after she played in the British Open. Back to Pedersen on the 13th. Patlam to stay on 5 under. Such unlucky that that didn't drop. Sawanapura has won on the Ladies European Tour before in India. 2013, also won on the Symmetra Tour back in 2012. Had a top 20 at the Evian, one of the majors in women's golf, which represents a decent week, doesn't it? Strong field there.
Yeah, one of the strongest of the years. Obviously, now being a major, a lot of the best players flock from around the world, and a top 20 there is quite a thing to boast. She seems to be quite relaxed about her golf, Sawanapura. A similar mind frame perhaps to even Fang, the way that she's approached her week this week. Low expectations, but a lot of good form as well, and that's why we're seeing so many birdies out here from the 23-year-old Thai girl.
First time she's played alongside Shan Shan Fang today, so a new experience in that respect, and only just turned 23, so whatever happens today, it's a good experience, isn't it? Playing alongside such a world-class player at close quarters. Got to try and take the positives from these days, learn from the experience, use that in the months and years to come.
Yeah, definitely, and with Shan Shan, you know, when you talk to the other players, what's different about her this week to other weeks in particular, she's just been straight on the money every single shot. There's another example. Oh. Well, it would have been right on cue, wouldn't it, Lee? But she's just gives herself so many birdie opportunities, time in, time again. And when you're putting and you're making just 25% of those, all of a sudden that's a 4 or 5 under on this golf course. And she's done that 3 days consecutively now.
Great shot, Reader.
I'll read on the 7th. It's a good shot onto the green. I think the other element with Shan Shan as well, Alison, that you've spoken about this week, she's popular, isn't it? And it might sound like a slightly strange thing to say, but for a player who's ranked so highly and is so dominant, that's not always the case, is it? Particularly when they come onto a tour for maybe only a handful of events.
Yeah, it is true, and the thing that Shan Shan has going for us, she's got an absolutely ripping sense of humour. She had everyone in stitches. We had a playing meeting the other night. You know, kind of a review of our year on the LET, where players can ask our CEO, Ivan Kodabash, some questions, and we were talking about visas in China and some logistical things, and Ivan threw over to Shan Shan and said, Shan Shan, what can we do about visas in China? And she said, just everyone bring in your passports, I'll give you one tomorrow. And everyone just absolutely cracked up. It was a great way to kind of break the tension of the night.
Masson with a tee shot on 7.
Yep.
Good shot, safely on. Yeah, she's always entertaining, Shan Shan, in the interviews after the round as well. Clearly has a sense of humour. Enjoys her time off the course as well. Embraces everything that Dubai has to offer. She was out on the shooting range a few days ago, wasn't she, before the tournament began? Down out in Jebel Ali, where she's staying at the official hotel.
Yeah, good shot.
How about that? Georgia Hall, what a tee shot. Of course, she hit an even better one on the 15th last year.
She did. She wasn't able to drive it back to the UK, though. Didn't have her licence yet, but it was quite a laughing point out amongst the players. We were all saying how we'd give her a lift back in it if she needed it, but she didn't take us up on it.
Yeah, new car for a hole-in-one 12 months ago for Georgia. It's Laura Davies. Let's go back to Malene Jorgensen. Chance to move to 6 under. Looking good for a big finish to her year. Does it make a difference as a player when, you know, if you come here in Dubai and you have a good week, maybe top 10, top 5, then you perhaps put the clubs away for a few days before it all starts again just after Christmas? Gives you a good feeling about your year and something for you to carry over into the start of next season.
Yeah, very much so. Every player that's here this week wants to play well here at Emirates. It's such a great golf course, and it's liked by almost everyone, which is very rare for a golf course on the schedule to kind of appease to everyone's different golfing styles, and this certainly does that. And it's a great tournament. There's grandstands, great crowds, amazing sponsor areas and that kind of thing, and it's got such a good vibe, and it's so positive here that people want to go into the end of year season with good memories in their minds as well, and an accurate perhaps perception of where their golf is, so that they can work out what they need to work on in the off season.
Must help off the course as well. You know, you've got to put a lot of hard work into being a professional golfer. It's easier to do if you're feeling good about everything, presumably, than if you've had it, maybe 3 or 4 poor tournaments to finish the year with.
Yeah, it's funny. I always felt more like practicing after a good week than a bad week, but whether that was the case of what I needed was a little different. But it's good to, just get the enthusiasm back. And it's been a long year for the girls. I've gone over a number of continents all around the world, and it is wearing. As fun as it is, can definitely be a grind. And to come to a place like Dubai and have such a positive end-of-year tournament to look forward to as well is something that very few tours can boast around the world.
Yeah, popular spot on tour. Emily Pedersen looking to move to 4 under. Back to the 7th. Mel Reid is for birdie. Like a par for Mel. Struggling a touch today. Drop shots on the 1st and the 5th. Highlight of her week was that 66 on Thursday, day 2. Solid putt from Jorgensen. Stays 5 under. On level for her final round, 5 under for the tournament. Fang leading, of course. Soanapura all alone in 2nd. Isabella Ramsey from Sweden in 3rd at the moment, 6 under. And then a pretty big group just behind them: Jorgensen, Patlam, Georgia Hall, Masson, Jade Schaefer, all on 5 under. Another chance for Shan Shan to extend her lead. Not this time.
That putt's fooled a few people out there today. Back left area of the 6th green just never seems to turn as much as it looks. Very grainy section of these 419 Bermuda greens.
Good stuff from Georgia Hall. Playing well today. Looking pretty relaxed and calm about things out on the course. Fabulous weather for watching a bit of golf in this part of the world this time of year. Can get very, very hot in the summer, up to the likes of 50 on some days, but just around the high 70s, 80 degrees at the moment. Pleasant out there. Reed in for par. Bunch of records on the line today, Alison, which puts Shan Shan Fang's performance into context, doesn't it? In terms of that lowest 74-hole total back in 2012, 21 under par. Looks like she'll break that record, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, that's who she's playing against right now, with no real challenges coming from lower on the leaderboard. She is certainly battling the record book.
Good putt from Jade. Just talking about the struggles of being a professional golfer yesterday in terms of the financial element of the profession. Hasn't played too many tournaments this year, Jade, and it's simply down to just funding, isn't it, and sponsors. That's what you need to get yourself around the globe to play these events.
Yeah, it's such a massive element. It's almost as though, you know, your sponsors are part of your team. They're as important for you as a coach out here on the LET. And, you know, she's made a little over 23,000 euros this year, 60th on the money list, but her travel options have been limited, and she was very candid about that. It's hard to be so honest in the face of the media, and I had a lot of respect for her, you know, for not trying to beat around the bush, as we say, and just give a really honest answer. It was a courageous move.
We saw Fang hole for par, so she stays on 18 under. Yeah, it's a topic discussed quite a lot when you talk about professional sports, isn't it? All the attention normally is on the prize money, so people back at home think it's all about bagging pots of cash, but not always the case. Is there a figure that, you know, if you start on January the 1st and you're playing a full schedule, is there a figure in your mind that maybe it costs you just to get around the world, cover all the costs, the caddy cost, the flights, the hotel bills? Is there a number that you have in mind on January the 1st?
Yeah, there's kind of almost two numbers. There's the number that will literally get you around the world, and then it's, you know, the number that would get you around the world with the team there that you need. So the two are very different. Coming from Australia, obviously it's a little bit more expensive to travel, and particularly in the off weeks, and we have off weeks on tour. We're filling those in overseas sometimes, and that costs money as well. So, you know, it's interesting. You know, it's somewhere between 20 and 40,000 euros, but the expenses are so high in this sport, which is very different to a lot of sports where, you know, you can walk down the street and kick a ball around, or have a game of tennis down at your local courts or something like that. Often you're actually paying to play, even, you know, when you're working on things in your off weeks back home.
Yeah, and if you put that into context on the money list, you took that today, so if you're outside the top 50, then you're struggling to break even, aren't you, on your 12 months? It's the challenge, one of the many challenges.
Yeah, and it's better than it was. Obviously, women's sport, you know, is moving in the right direction, and I kind of feel like we're almost, you know, on the precipice of another change in the next few years. There's a lot more excitement about women's sport in general, and I think tournaments like last week, the Queen's Cup, a new format, but getting a little bit more creative about how to attract sponsors and spectators to the golf course is what we need going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. All those working behind the scenes on the LET, pushing always for more events on the calendar, bigger prize money. But it's not easy. Here's one lady who's had a good year. Bank manager will be smiling. Just over $1 million in the bank in 2015 for Shan Shan. Plays on to the 7th green. Here's Laura Davies. In for par, stays 3 under. A rough day yesterday, Laura, but showed what she's still capable of on Wednesday and Thursday with some really solid golf. Back on the 7th tee, Suwanapura, 2nd place, 10 under par.
It's 163 yards to the pin here on the 7th hole. Pin's tucked up in the back right section, you can see. Well, it's setting up a birdie, but we'll see what kind of bird that is later on.
Birdie chance for the Thai star, but plenty of work to do if she's going to chase down Shan Shan Fang, the Chinese world number 6 with an 8-shot lead. Suwanapura back in 2nd, 10 under par. Ramsey and Hall alongside one another in a tie for 3rd, 6 under par. Jorgensen, Masson, Patlam, a former champion. Schaefer, all 5 under par. Clatton, Satya Banpot, 4 under par, tied for 9th at the moment. Shan Shan Fang arrived as the highest ranked player in the field by some margin. Well inside the top 10. She's been a regular fixture in the top 10 for a few years now, Shan Shan. She's lived up to her billing so far. Sweden's Isabella Ramsey going along nicely today. 6 under par. 3rd place, that would be a... Oh, is this going to drop? Oh! That would be a personal best, wouldn't it, in terms of her record on the Ladies European Tour?
Yeah, definitely. And Isabella hasn't actually played this golf course before coming into this week. It's her first look at it, and obviously it's suiting her eye quite nicely.
Could be a breakthrough week for her. You sometimes see it, don't you? Players just everything clicks for them at a venue, gives them a bit of self-belief going into future tournaments. I know someone perhaps you expected a little bit more from, Isabella.
Yeah, you know, I saw her practicing on the range way back in Madrid at the Spanish Open. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, and I thought this girl can play. And I was kind of surprised not to see her really push on from there, because she was hitting the ball so well. It just had this great sound to it when you compress the ball properly, and she can certainly do that. A great ball striker.
Oh, come on.
Patlam and brother. Made a decent team here once more. Turned 26 last Friday, Pornanong. I was hoping for the perfect birthday present this week in Dubai. It's for par. Two under for her round today, Ramsey. Started very well, birdied the 1st, 3rd and 4th. I guess that was the key in some ways, Alison, early on today with Shan Shan's 5-shot lead. If anyone was going to make a move, they had to do it pretty quickly, and the exact opposite happened, didn't it?
Yeah, and we all know that Shan Shan loves the front 9 out here, 5 under through 9 holes yesterday, just absolutely lighting up the golf course. And we thought for a little while there that the course record 63 was in jeopardy. And who knows what we'll see out there today. I know she's got her eyes on some of those holes that tripped her up yesterday, but she's just so positive about her mind frame. You know, in the press conference after her round, one of the journalists asked her, said, "Oh, you made 2 bogeys." And she said, "Why do you always ask me about the bogeys?" And she's always good fun in that kind of situation. But it just goes to show what she's focusing on here this week.
Schaefer trying to join Isabel Ramsey on 6 under. Needs to hold this putt. Oh, yes, Jade Schaefer. And a nice reaction as well.
She's been looking quite serious out on the golf course, Jade. Usually a little bit more happy-go-lucky, and perhaps that putt rolling in will give her the boost she needs. She was 1 over through 6 holes before that, and that'll get her back to even par for the day and 6 under for the tournament.
A little bit of a smile across the face under the brim of the hat. Fang's lead 8 at the moment. Another of those records in jeopardy today. The largest winning margin of this tournament. 6 shots by Annika Sorensen back in 2006. The great Swede won this tournament twice, back-to-back years, 06, 07. Fang, of course, could be the first 3-time winner if she finishes the job later today. Looking more and more likely. She ticks off these holes.
That's probably the difference between Shan Shan and a lot of the other players. Has been her pace control this week. She hasn't left herself too many really testing putts for par. We saw that one earlier that she made on the 4th. But apart from that, it's really been inside 3 feet in terms of her lag putting, and that's a massive advantage out here on these quick greens, running 12.5 feet on the stimp meter.
Georgia Hall in a rookie year, 4th on the rookie standings. 35th on the order of merit. A solid first year for Georgia. From Bournemouth down on the south coast in England. Soanapora, chance to close the gap, just a touch, onto 11 under if this disappears. Yeah, very nice. Putter was working well yesterday. Still work to do, of course, to reel in Shan Shan, but looking good for second to the putt. Masson, ambassador for German women's golf. Of course, they have Sandra Gahl as well, doesn't they, who plays over in the States majority of the time. Another Solheim player. So Soanapora on 11 under now, so the lead 7. This to maintain that lead for Fang. No mistakes.
She's made very few unforced errors out here this week. Just the 2 bogeys on the card in total for Shan Shan. Came yesterday on the back 9. She's just not making the mistakes that the other players on the leaderboard have been in the last 3 days.
It's Melissa Reid, winner in Turkey this year. Added another trophy to the cabinet in 2015. It's been right up there on the order of merit before. A second and a third before in her career. Looking back to her best, Mel. Jorgensen's a player who's really kicked on just lately, hasn't she, as well?
Yeah, you have to wonder if, you know, the other Danish players playing well, Nana Madsen, Emily Pedersen, Nicole Brock-Larsen have kind of given the Danish golfers out on tour a bit of a boost. They've all really absolutely raised their games, and for someone like Jorgensen, who's been out on tour a little bit for a while, having those younger players coming on, giving her a nudge forward might be part of the recent form.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of belief, doesn't it? If friends and people from your country, your setup, are doing well, watch them do it. You think, well, if they're doing it, why can't I do it? Of course, there's the rivalry as well. There's a healthy rivalry between Madsen and Pedersen in the rookie race, which is good. Good to be competitive at this level. That's what it's all about.
Good.
Especially in individual sports, key element, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, and especially when you come from the same home club back in Denmark. You know, for them, they probably nudge each other on a little bit in their practice and their preparation as well. I know if, you know, there was someone that I was wanting to beat that was out practicing till 6 at night, then I'd probably stay till 6:30 and maybe 7 o'clock. So it can definitely bring out the best in a player.
Final group onto the 8th tee now. One of the trickier tee shots here on the Margellis course.
Yeah, it's a sharp dogleg round to the right and then up to an elevated green. The players have to carry the ball at least 230 yards to cut the corner. Jade has pulled that a little bit to the left, finding the first cut of rough on the left side of the fairway, but she'll have a nice angle in there to the front left hole location today.
Schaefer in a tie for third now alongside Georgia Hall and Isabella Ramsey. That battle hotting up. Par birdie for Shan Shan on this hole during rounds 1, 2 and 3. Seems to have a great temperament out on the course as well, doesn't she? Very little rattle, so you very rarely see her getting flustered about anything. Even yesterday, when by her standards it was a bit of a wobble, wasn't it? A couple of bogeys inside 3 holes, but came back strong, particularly on 17.
Yeah, and I think it helps that Shan Shan's a naturally happy person. She's always just enjoying herself out on the golf course, even when there's a few bogeys. You know, you might see a small reaction, but she was overall very aware that she was playing well and she wasn't going to let that get in the way, and just loves being out here in Dubai.
Caroline Masson tidies up. In a tie for 6th at the moment, Masson. Here's Ramsey, representing the Swedes in the top 10 at the moment. Tackling the 9th, another of the tricky holes here on the Margellis. Work to do there to save par. Jorgensen with a putt to join that group on 6 under. Never had the legs.
Well, that was a very tentative stroke there by Milena, and she'll be relatively unhappy there. A reachable par 5 probably for her, one of the longer players on tour, and the 13th is playing downwind today.
Nice finish for Georgia Hall this year. 5th in Pilsen in the Czech Republic, just outside Prague. 11th at the French Open down in Saint-Jean-de-Luz at the Chantecaut Club.
Patlam to the 9th. That'll find the back of the green.
Back to Georgia Hall.
That will be a costly error there for Georgia Hall. You can see just tapping the green down, perhaps hit a spike mark, which, as you all know, are unrepairable. Everything else on the green, you can use a tee on and flatten out your lie, but definitely unhappy with the way that ball rolled.
It's the 8th fairway. The headgear of Shan Shan Fang. Hasn't won on the LPGA this season, but has won on the LET, one in Shanghai on home soil earlier this year in May. A bunch of top 10s over in the States for Shan Shan though, and position on the money list represents it's been another solid year for the 26-year-old, just inside the top 10 on the American money list. 3rd at the Evian as well, so came close in France, the final major of the year. Suwanapura, second shot on the 8th. 7 behind the leader Fang at the moment.
Finds the putting surface, but that will be a very quick downhill, down grain putt from there. She seems to be moving okay so far today, Lee. Didn't have any issues getting through her swing onto her left side, loading that left side through the golf swing, and it looked quite comfortable. So fingers crossed that she'll be in similar form out on the back 9 after a few more hours on the golf course. The approach shot on the 8th hole plays 7 paces uphill, so it is actually quite a steep slope, and it's very difficult to control your spin when you're hitting into a green that slopes left to right, in particular for those that hit a fade. She's done well to keep it on the low side of the hole there. Much easier putt from below the hole on the 8th than above the pin.
Ramsey's 3rd on the 9th. Seen a fair few bogeys on the 9th this week. Jade's 2nd on the 8th. Finds the left-hand side of the green just about.
The left side of that 8th green is treacherously fast. Everything seems to just run away from you there, and those players that do hit it long and left will have to pay a lot of attention to their speed control. Patlam for par. Oh, and a very good effort there. That will be a bogey though. She did drive into the water. And that will take her back to 4 under for the tournament.
High #1 in terms of the world rankings. One of the players we expect to be watching the Olympic golf events next year in Rio, August 2016, of course. A new experience awaiting many of these ladies. Alison, is there a buzz about that amongst the players?
Absolutely, and I think when it gets closer to the time, you know, the selection for the team will be quite an intense process for most. As you said, Pat Lam currently the highest ranked Thai player, and she, if the team was picked tomorrow, would be playing alongside Arya Jutanagarn. And Suvarnapura is the current third reserve for that as well. So a little bit of work left to do for her to overtake Moria Jutanagarn and Satya Banpot, also playing this week, who are first and second reserve for the Thai team respectively.
And in terms of the selection criteria for the Olympics, most countries will take 2 players, right?
Yeah, the two most dominant golfing countries do get 4 players. So the USA and Korea will both have 4 players present, and then the majority will have 2, but there are a few that will have a single representative. If the team again was picked tomorrow, Julieta Granada would be the only representative for Paraguay. Victoria Lovelady, who's playing here this week, would be the representative for Brazil. They are entitled to have a player in the field as the host country. Maria Balaklava for Russia would be the solitary representative. It would be an interesting dynamic being the only golfer there representing your country when so many of the Olympic sports are team sports.
Hassan on the 9th. Looks a little anxious. This comes up short. No, nice bonus for golf fans, isn't it? A really big deal next year. I'm sure very important to the ladies as well, who will be taking part, particularly the likes of Shan Shan, when you come from a nation such as China, where such focus and importance placed on the Olympics. Not in terms of just winning medals, and of course led to believe they're financially rewarded if you do win a medal in China, but about raising the profile of the game back in those countries as well. And Shan Shan's talked about that this week. Wants to try and help show that golf isn't just an elite sport back in China.
Schaefer for birdie on the 8th. Perhaps paying that putt a little bit too much credit. It is very quick, and her second putt will also be very quick now. She'll have that for par.
Georgia Hall second on the 9th. That's a superb shot from the English youngster.
It was similar to what I was referring to earlier with Isabella Ramsey and her ball striking capabilities. You could tell straight off that golf club that that was going nothing but on target there for Georgia Hall. Brilliant approach shot into the 9th.
Quick shots of helicopter over above. A lot of buzzing around this week. Quite a bit of noise from air traffic. The World Air Games taking place in Dubai this week. 850 competitors across 23 disciplines entertaining us in the skies in Dubai. Been some weird and wonderful sights. Parachutists and gliders, balloons, all sorts.
Nicely judged from Suvarnapura.
Stays on 11 under. Suvarnapura still in second. All alone is Reed. It's a good shot too. Haven't seen many birdies on the 9th this week. Mel with a decent chance there. It's Laura Davies on the par 3 11th now. solid from Laura. Shan Shan looking to move to 19 under par. 3 birdies already on the card today. Not to be at the 8th though.
Clatton on the 11th, playing 135 yards to the front right hole location today. It's a nice shot there from Joe.
Fellow Frenchwoman, Jade Schaefer. So par on the 8th. Left herself a bit to do here. Nicely judged.
Yeah, it's a good save on 8. It's actually, you know, kind of a sneaky hard hole. Something that nobody really, you know, dreads going to the 8th, but it has taken a few victims this week.
It was Masson's 3rd on the 9th, so that will be a putt for par. No dropped shots yet for Shan Shan, just a couple yesterday, so only 2 over the 4 rounds of golf she's played, or 3.5. In doubt.
She's following a similar trajectory this week to that which she did at the Buick, not leading after the first round, but putting in a really solid starting round at the Buick, and then just kind of chipping away and doing her own thing all throughout the week, and then ended up with having a dominating lead going into the last day, and extended that in the final round.
Yeah, the Buick, an LET event in Shanghai back in May. Tournament won by Shan Shan. She was actually asked about that this week in terms of the titles she's won. She's won that many tournaments, has she, for a major winner? Perhaps if there's any criticism you could direct at Shan Shan, it's that she should have won more trophies, but she doesn't seem too concerned. It's more about consistency, and I think she seems to be saying that if she keeps putting herself in that position week after week after week, then the trophies will come. It's a good approach, isn't it? Because it just takes a bit of pressure off you if you do go through a prolonged period where you're not leaving with the trophy in the hand luggage.
Yeah, definitely. And she's just so consistent week in, week out. And her golf swing just never really seems to change much. It's a very simple action that doesn't have too many moving parts, as we say in the golf world. The simpler the swing, the less chance there is for mistakes when you're feeling a little bit of pressure. 12 top 10s this year for Shan Shan. One racing by Laura Davies. She'll have a little bit of work to do there.
Talking a couple of days ago about whether it might be the week we saw Laura lifting another trophy. This is Mel Reid. No. Davies hasn't won since 2010, of course. Needs very little introduction in terms of her achievements in the game. Do you think we'll see Laura winning again on the LET?
I'd like to, because it would just be such a great story, and so many people were just so excited to see her out in contention this week. Obviously not the day she was looking for yesterday, that 77, but she was happy to be back in the mix, and there was a little twinkle in her eye as well. I noticed the first 2 days she was out to be competitive this week. She had a good mind frame, and she didn't react perhaps as poorly as she has in the past to the bogey she had yesterday. Even then, there was a little bit more patience, so perhaps signs of good things to come from the Dame Laura Davies.
Schaefer on the 9th tee. What's going through the mind on the 9th tee, Alison? One of the trickier tee shots here on the Marcellus course.
Yeah, it's a tricky hole in general. You know, you have to think very thoroughly about your tee shot and your club selection off the tee. The water does cut in down on the left of your screen there at 240 yards, so just a fairway metal there for Schaefer. That bunker on the right is 229 yards to carry as well, and not really an option this week. It's better to hit out left and approach from there.
Up on the green, good putt for par from Masson. That's solid. Always nice to get a 4 on the card at the 9th here. There's Shan Shan. It's quite difficult to tell how much this fairway slopes towards the water too from TV pictures.
Well, she didn't seem too happy with that off the tee, but it will stay dry. Very lengthy approach shot there, though. That'll be a tricky second for our leader.
Midway through the final round on day 4, the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters in the United Arab Emirates. And two-time and defending champion Shan Shan Fang with a handsome lead. 7 shots now out in front. Sawanapura, the Thai star, is still going along nicely, particularly when you consider the struggles she was having with the hip injury yesterday late during her 3rd round. Said yesterday she was simply pleased to finish the 3rd round, and that would be the aim again today, but she's playing okay today, fending off the challengers just below her in terms of the battle for 2nd. Tied for 10th at the moment. Deanna Luna, who played some great golf yesterday, day 3 in Dubai. Laura Davies started the tournament strongly, but struggled yesterday with a 77. Still hanging around though, looking half decent for a top 10 finish this week. Some of the names a little bit further down. Kelsey McDonald from Scotland in a tie for 15th. Bregman, Saramia, Liz Young, one of the co-leaders after day 1. Tied for 22nd now, Rebecca Hudson. Another English woman alongside her. Jo Clatten we've seen a bit of today. Margarita Rigon. All those players on 1 under par level for the tournament. There's Valentine Doe. Nicole Brock-Larson, haven't seen too much of her this week. 2nd on the order of merit. She's had a great season. In fact, we're hoping that she might join us in a commentary box a little later on this afternoon, alongside Charlie Hull on that page of the leaderboard. Vikström, Lennart, Stacey Keating and Van Dam. Carly Booth, also level par for the tournament. Pictures of the iconic Burj Al Arab Hotel, just off the coast of Dubai. Back on the march list, here's Ramsey. 6 under at the moment.
Downwind, the 10th hole today will almost be reachable for the players. You see Ramsey just finding the left greenside bunker. Very hard to fly it onto the putting surface though here on the par 5 10th. Just a little bit out of reach for the majority of the golfers. 523 yards. So across to our leader, assessing her 2nd shot on the 9th hole.
The leader, Shan Shan Fang, preparing for her 2nd shot at the 9th, Alison.
She's got around 162 yards to the front of the green. Pulling it a little bit off the tee, did lengthen that 2nd approach with such a severe dog leg here on the 9th hole. That's another great shot from Shan Shan Fang. Dead on line yet again. Seems to be the order of the week for the world number 6.
This is the 10th on the march list. Par 5. Putnam's 3rd. That's great control.
You can see the backswing she had to take in order to get any spin on that shot. Very well executed.
Sawanapura's turn, back on 9. Looking to match Fang's quality. Not quite.
Sometimes the case with the front of the 9th green. It can land softly and come up short, or kick on through the green. It's a little bit unpredictable down on the front. It's a tyre band pot on the 10th.
What a shot.
Schaefer's 2nd into the 9th. Just the 2 birdies here all day yesterday. 9th hole playing well above its average. That's a great shot there from Jade Schaefer. Straight back up the hill, that putt. And she'll have a good look, perhaps snaring one of those birdies for herself.
Looks relaxed out there, doesn't she? It's a big day for her. She hasn't been in this position too often. Certainly this year, playing alongside the likes of top 10 player in the world and the Thai who's been playing so well. Embracing it, that's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that birdie on 7 really helped Jade relax a little bit. She was looking a little uptight out there in comparison to the Jade we know on tour, and seems to be finding her stride.
It's a good shot from Ramsey. Final group out on the course, Shan Shan Fang in the UAE colours. Right on brand this afternoon in terms of the quality of her golf and the outfit as well. 7-shot lead. Just going back to the Olympics, Alison, Fang presumably will be one of the favourites for a medal when she rocks up in Rio, presuming she's part of the team. It's hard to say she wouldn't be, isn't it, at this stage?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting week to see how it all unfolds, because she will want to win that week, and we haven't seen too many tournaments with Shan Shan putting a lot of pressure on herself as well. She's come out here this week and been very relaxed about her approach and her expectations, but it's so obvious that she wants that gold medal for her home country China and for Chinese golf. So it'll be interesting to see how she copes with the pressure that she's put on herself in the lead up to it.
I thought one of her comments this week was very interesting in terms of the strength of that event, because obviously we're used to Olympic events in other sports, other disciplines. That's the pinnacle, isn't it? It's the pinnacle of those other sports. Like, I think of athletics classically. But of course golf, with the sport being dominated by so many Koreans, she made the point this week, is that probably actually be a weaker field than she's normally used to, because you take so many Koreans out of the picture and so many of the Americans out of the picture.
So true, and you know, the whole aim of the Olympics really is to bring the world together within the sport, and that does, you know, include countries like Israel will be playing. Likely Leticia Beck will be their representative, fellow Duke graduate, and you know, some countries like Chile will be represented that also don't have too many female golfers on tours around the world. So it's going to be a great way, and hopefully a big boost for women's golf after the Olympics will be seen, perhaps lighting a fire and increasing participation worldwide.
I'm just moving to 5 under there. Tie for 5th now.
feel like we have that sentence on repeat here this week, Lee. Just a button on the dial, perhaps.
Just hit the soundboard, don't we? Fang for birdie. Comes up short on this occasion. No real dramas if you're putting a 4 on the card at the 9th, are there? Eight and 9, a couple of the trickier holes.
Satya Banpot for birdie. She's got it. That'll get her to 4 under for the tournament. Ranked 167th in the world.
Suwanapura for par. That means Fang's lead will be extended. 8 shots. Hall in a tie for 5th, 5 under. Oh, lovely shot.
It's a very hard pin to get at. Just 6 paces on today on the 10th hole. A lot of the players will opt to lay up and generate a little bit more spin coming in, as we saw there from Georgia Hall. Good play.
Schaefer just trying to get a little bit closer to the tie in 2nd, and that will help. That's a great putt. Moves to 7 under. Just 3 off Suwanapura now, and that gives her a chance of nicking 2nd, doesn't it? At the very least.
Yeah, particularly if Suwanapura starts to feel, you know, perhaps a few issues with her back come in again, her back injury. We saw her struggle with it yesterday on the back 9. It didn't seem to bother her golf too much, but always beware the injured golfer.
Another par on the card for Fang. Plays the front 9 in 3 under. Here's Joe Clatton. Masson, one of that group, tied for 5th at the moment on 5 under par.
Just the 1 birdie and 1 bogey on the card today for Masson, and she could use a little bit more positive momentum going into the back 9.
Positive momentum, not a problem for Shan Shan Fang. That lead extended to 8 shots now. Suwanapura doing her best to hang on to 2nd spot at the moment, but a bit of a wobble on the 9th. So we'll keep an eye on the tie player to see how she responds to that. Of course, see how the injury is as well that she was struggling so badly with yesterday, whether that has an impact on her golf over the back 9. Ramsey and Schaefer, Jurgensen, Hall, Masson all having good days. Srisovang and Patlam, the ties playing well in Dubai this week, aren't they? Tied for 10th, Deanna Luna, Laura Davies, Satya Banpot, Melissa Reid tied for 10th. Tied for 15th, Headwall Pedersen, Nasira, Lydia Hall, who had hip surgery early this year, so we could see her playing some good golf again. Emma Cabrera-Bello. Knee surgery, should I say.
Yeah, she
Getting her joints mixed up there.
A complete reconstruction of one of her anterior ligaments inside her kneecap. I'm not going to try and pronounce that ligament, Lee. My knowledge of that joint is not too in depth.
Charlie Hull at the bottom of that page. Of course, always attention on Charlie when she arrives at tournaments. That's on for birdie.
We haven't been seeing Masson hold too many putts out there today. Seems to be struggling to dial in that pace control just a little bit, leaving that one short. Over to the 12th.
Great
Clatten's
putt.
made it. Great putt there from Joe Clatton. One of the longest hitters out on tour, and had the putt to match there. Big smile from the Frenchwoman.
Carried on the pink theme today, isn't she? Pink day yesterday. And Dubai raising awareness for breast cancer. Laura Davies for birdie. Oh, agonisingly close for Dame Laura. Captain of the European team at the Queen's Cup last week in Japan. One of the squad who had to jump on a plane with you, Alison, from Nagoya in Japan over to Abu Dhabi. Arrived early Monday morning, so not too much time to prepare for all those involved. Likes of Mel Reid, Gladys Nasira, Nicole, Emily Pedersen, Nana Madsen.
Yeah, it was a very strong European side, obviously with the scheduling around the world this year and the short notice for the Queen's Cup. A few of our favourites from the LET missed out due to a clash with LPGA Q School. Nicole Brock-Larson was one of those as well. Currently second on our order of merit as that one sneaks by for Georgia Hall. That will be a par 5 for her on the 10th.
A little earlier today on the course, a very special moment on the 18th green. A marriage proposal for Ashley Simon.
Simon, would you like to spend the rest of your life with me? Will you marry me?
Yes.
I'm being dead serious. It doesn't get more serious than this.
Oh. Of course.
Dave Buhay, a caddy and boyfriend, posing the big question. There we go on the big screen. And he got the right answer. That was the important element.
I think when he told her to take the ring, that was the highlight. Please just take it. And a lot of friends and staff out there to support Dave. He was shaking like a leaf and as he was trying to find the ring in the golf bag earlier after her third shot.
Yeah, lovely moment. The end of Ashley's 4th round here in Dubai. Had a bit of everything today, haven't we? And did a good job of keeping that one under his hat as well, didn't he? Because if the TV crew know, then normally everyone knows.
I wanted to know where he put the ring in the golf bag, because obviously he had to sneak it out there with him. But we had a chat with him on the 17th, a few moments before that, and he said, just in case I won't be nervous enough, it'll be televised. So great moment there. A well-liked couple out on the tour, been together quite a few years, and I believe Ash has already started planning the wedding.
I know all about that. He'll be getting spreadsheets soon if it was anything like mine. Great shot.
It's a difficult pin to get at. Tucked over on the front right corner of the 11th green. Right green side bunker protecting the flag today. This hole generally plays a little across wind with the northeasterly that's been the predominant wind out in the afternoon the last few days in Dubai.
Muscle. To get it close on 11. She does. Great shot.
Now it's Georgia Hall's turn. The ideal line would be just a little bit to the left of the pin here. But that one will sneak down into that dreaded greenside bunker on the 11th.
Back on the 10th. Second shot for Shan Shan Fang, the leader, 18 under par. Won this tournament in 2012, remember, with a total of 21 under. Not too far away from that record now. Eight-shot advantage. She starts her adventure on the back nine. Must be a nice feeling. 8-shot lead, wasn't it?
Yeah, and she's had it before, you know, going into the final round earlier this year at the Buick. Held a substantial lead there and extended it on that final round. But she just seems to be blissfully unaware of what's going on around her. Just, you know, really staying in her own shoes, as we say, out on tour, and taking it one shot at a time. As cliche as that sounds, it can be very difficult when you're so far ahead, you know, to remain focused on still trying to make birdies.
Things can change quickly, can't they, in golf? It's the beauty of the sport. There's the evidence of the 8-shot advantage. It only takes a couple of bad holes and that lead can disappear very quickly, and then it only takes someone just behind you to hole a couple of birdie putts. All of a sudden you could still have a decent lead, but it's a very different feeling between the years, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we saw her lead change from 8 shots to 10 shots at one point, and then back to 5 shots yesterday. So it was quite an interesting day for the world number 6. And she said she wasn't looking too much at the leaderboards, Lee. So she was, as I use the term again, blissfully unaware of what was going on around her. But she is just so dedicated to her own mentality and her own plan, which is very hard to do in a situation like this where there's so much hype around this golf event.
Charlie Hull a few moments ago on the 18th. I believe that was an eagle putt for the young English woman. It's not too far away. A lot of talk and hype around this young lady as well, Alison. We're going to be seeing her winning LET trophies in a couple of years, maybe next year, who knows?
Yeah, she's got the game to do it. She kind of goes under the radar a little bit, Georgia Hall. Very unassuming personality, and just very businesslike about her golf as well. Rocks up, does her job each day, and You don't hear too much from her. Very quiet personality, but you know, she lets her golf game do the talking.
Enjoyed a lot of success as an amateur, as a youngster. Still only 19. Very much learning the ropes in terms of professional golf. Shoes of Tidapa Sawanapura on the 10th, third shot.
I think she'd give that one about a B+, perhaps. One of the more important parts of your course management, particularly on par fives, is when you have a front flag like this, it's important sometimes to lay back if you can't get it perhaps up in the front greenside bunker, in order to allow yourself to generate the spin to stop the ball. It's a lot harder to spin the ball from the 30 to 50 yard range than it is from perhaps a little bit further back from 65 yards onwards, as we see our leader also laying back a little ways. She'll have that for birdie. Schaefer's third into the par 5 10th. Very unlucky that that didn't kick on there for Jade. The 10th hole is playing downwind today, and perhaps about a pace or two off. A very brilliant golf shot there for her.
There's Charlie Hull, wrapping up her season. Another busy year on tour. Perhaps not the finish she was quite looking for here in Dubai. Rounds of 72, 73 over the opening couple of days. Level par 72 on day 3. 71 today. Great to have Charlie in the field. Another good year. Hasn't won this year, but in terms of the progression of her career, still doing the right things, moving in the right direction.
Mass on for birdie. The 11th, she's got it. Well, that could be just the boost she needs going into the back 9. Hasn't made a birdie since the 3rd hole. Just the 1 bogey on the card, so that will get her to 1 under par for the day, 6 under for the tournament.
Yeah, share a 4th with Ramsey now for Masson. Give us an idea of what happens next for the ladies after this tournament, Alison, the end of a busy year. Do they take much time off? Is there much time to put the clubs away for a couple of weeks before it all starts, presumably in early January?
Yeah, it really depends what you do with your schedule, whether you want to come out early in the year in 2016 and play the ALPG events. There are 3 co-sanctioned LET events down in Australia and New Zealand. And you know, if you are playing those, you can't really afford to take too much time off over Christmas, maybe 1 or 2 weeks, but it's not really perhaps the off season that some players would like, but not willing to give up the opportunity to come to the land down under, and they will prepare accordingly. Opportunity missed there for Reed. It was a very makeable birdie putt, but not to be. She'll stay at 4 under for the event.
The birdie putt of Fung's just drifting past the hole. It's Emily Pedersen leading the rookie race coming into Dubai.
Perhaps giving those in the hospitality area over the back of the green there a bit of a scare as that ball knocked on their window. But she should be entitled to a free drop if that is interfering with her swing. There are 2 drop zones over the back of the 18th.
Schaefer hoping to move to 8 under. A little bit closer to Suwanapura. Oh. Not on this occasion. Patlam just on the edge of the 12th fairway.
It's a hard hole to attack over with that left hole location on the 12th there. See a lot of players bailing out to the right. Birdie putt here for Suwanapura on the 10th. Not to be. That was a little bit unlucky there from Isabella Ramsey. Just looked as though that caught part of that sprinkler head right on the fringe of the green. It's quite a fast green, the 12th, so if you do get it on the putting surface, it would have rolled out toward the hole.
Shan Shan hoping to mark another par on the card. Exactly what she does. Starting to turn into a bit of a victory procession for the world number 6. Certainly no signs that anything disastrous is about to happen to her game this afternoon. We saw the birdie putt. This for par for Schaefer. Taking great care with that putt for par. That means Schaefer stays on 7 under in her battle to chase down Titipa Suwanapura, but still nobody able to get anywhere near Shan Shan Fang. The world number 6 has an 8-shot lead. Suwanapura in second, all alone at the moment, 10 under par. Schaefer has third to herself, 7 under par. Ramsey and Masson tied for 4th right now on 6 under par. Jorgensen, Patlam and Hall tied for 6th on 5 under par. Shot further back, Caroline Hedwall. Great round from her today, 67 for the Swedish Solheim Cup start. It's been an up and down week for Caroline. So opening round and played well on the second day. Struggled yesterday but bounced back strongly to wrap her season up on the Ladies European Tour with a fine 5 under round 67 today. Lucy Andre, another of the French contingent, playing well in Dubai this week. One of the strong nations, aren't they, on the Ladies European Tour? Big group of quality players, the French.
Yeah, and quite a close-knit bunch as well. Often travelling together, sharing houses on tour. Vacation rentals around the world, and they're a great support to each other.
Gladys Nasira, the highest placed French woman on the Order of Merit this season, 4th spot coming into Dubai. Isabella Ramsey. Jade Schaefer on the 11th tee. 45,000 euros for second place, remember, so be a nice boost for Jade, particularly having talked about financial struggles on tour this season, if she can leapfrog Suwanapura later today.
Yeah, it looked as though she left that one out to the right. You could see where her eyes were looking, and that is going to be a very tricky up and down for Jade Schaefer. Finding the front right bunker here on the 11th. 135 yards to the pin today. Strengthening cross breeze though. Indications that this wind is picking up a little bit out there.
Bang on line, wasn't it?
Yeah, perhaps just half a club short. If that had carried another 2 or 3 paces, and it would have given the hole a scare yet again for Shan Shan Fang.
Suwanapura respond. On the green.
It is a very difficult hole location to attack. Just a very narrow section of green, shallow should I say, over on the right-hand side of the 11th hole.
Back on the 18th, Emily Pedersen. The 3rd shot.
She did take a free drop, obviously up against the hospitality area. We saw her give a scare with a big knock of her golf ball earlier. She'll have that for birdie on the 18th.
Very nice shot, lovely touch. Judgment of pace. Caroline Masson.
It's a good shot from there. The second cut of rough out here this week is quite thick in comparison to what we're normally playing on the LET, week in, week out. Very heavy rough. And this is Laura Davies, her 3rd into 13, I should say. Par 5.
It's Pedersen looking to finish with a birdie. She does. Nice way for Amelie Pedersen to finish her year, an appropriate way for her to finish as well. has the Rookie of the Year race pretty much tied up. Nana Madsen in second spot, had to finish at least second this week, so I think Emily Pedersen can start preparing to receive that award later on today at the Ladies European Tour function at the golf club in a few hours' time. Great season for her, winner in India. What a year for a rookie. Walk away with the Rookie of the Year crown and also a title as well. It's a good 12 months, isn't it? Solid.
Very much so. She's been so impressive this year. Her bounce back after losing in a playoff to Celine Herban in the Lacoste Ladies Open was quite difficult for her to get over. Obviously, any kind of loss in a playoff, but the tournament was Emily's to lose, and Celine Herban just edged her out in that playoff, and then to bounce back like she did at the Hero Women's Indian Open was an incredible comeback, and it's the second we saw from a Dane this year, after her countrywoman Nicole Brock-Larsen had a similar issue earlier this year in Pilsen, and then came back to win the Helsingborg Open just a few weeks later. Incredible courage from the two Danes.
Made of stern stuff in Denmark is Masson. Let's get back to the final group. Looking to add another birdie to the card, Shan Shan Fang.
Opting to come on while her playing partner Jade Schaefer waits for her ruling in the bunker. One of the local rules out here on the LET is if there's any stones in the bunker, you are allowed to remove them for safety reasons. So I presume that might be the case here, as we see Jade just getting confirmation she can move that. It is a local rule of the tour, and can change different tours around the world.
It's played well since dropping a shot on the third, Schaefer. Birdied the par 3 7th and the very tricky 9th. Not too many players walking away with a birdie from the 9th today. Or this week, in fact. What a shot, Alison.
That was an incredible golf shot there from Jade. It was a little bit downhill, and it is a very quick green too, so beautiful touch there to get it anywhere near the hole, let alone within tap-in range.
Very nice. From Schaefer. Stays on 7 under. All alone in third at the moment, the French woman. Masson stays on 6 under, just behind Schaefer on the leaderboard. 4th place at the moment, the German. Back on 5 under, the likes of Melanie Jorgensen, Pornanong Patlam, Isabella Ramsey, Georgia Hall. Laura Davies tied for 14th right now.
Yet another aggressive birdie putt there from Laura. She's left herself a few of those knee-knocking 4 to 6 feet length par putts today. Those are the kind of par putts you want. Anything inside 2 feet around this golf course, and you've done well. The greens are exceptionally fast this week, particularly downhill and down grain.
Remains on 10 under. Looking very good for second place at the moment, Sorensen. But all eyes on this lady today, Shan Shan Fang. Been the case on so many occasions on the Margeless course in Dubai, Emirates Golf Club. Back to Laura Davies for her putt for par. Now on to the 13th. Here on the Margeless, par 5.
It's 220 yards to carry the left side of this dog leg, but a lot of the players opting just for a fairway metal for position off the tee. If you do run through the fairway, there are a couple of palm trees down on the right side that will hinder your view and approach down towards the green. Mel Reid, one of the few players in the field that could carry the entire dog leg. And she's done it perfectly. Gorgeous drive there from Mel Reid, and she should be able to at least get that in the front bunker from there. And with this front right hole location on 13, she can take advantage of her length.
To remind you how it stands on day 4 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters, the final tournament of the 2015 season on the Ladies European Tour. Shan Shan Fang still way out in front, 8-shot lead for the world number 6. Sorensen in second on 10 under par still. Schaefer all alone in third, 7 under par. Masson is in fourth now, 6 under par. Decent sized group tied for 5th on 5 under. Svisserbank, Petlam, Ramsey and Hall. Lucy Andre has emerged, shot up the leaderboard today. Emily Pedersen with a nice 69 and a birdie at the last to bring her very successful season to a conclusion. She will be crowned Rookie of the Year later today and will finish the year well inside the top 10 on the LET's money list. Congratulations to Emily. Final group onto the 12th tee, par 4. Alison, what are the challenges here?
It's yet another quite sharp dogleg round to the left here, Lee. There are a bunch of fairway bunkers over on the right-hand side, but ideally the players will hug the left edge of the rough and carry it over the corner. So we see Jade just losing that one out to the right a little bit.
Still, please.
Dropped a shot here yesterday on the 12th, Shan Shan.
Yeah, this was the hole that broke her par and birdie streak. Until this point yesterday, she was yet to make a bogey throughout the tournament.
Yeah, said she just misjudged the wind a touch on this 12th yesterday. And then, surprisingly, said she lost a little bit of confidence in her putting as well after that, after making a couple of bogeys. Decent crowd following Laura Davies around the course. breeze in the United Arab Emirates this afternoon. It's been a great week, great year on tour. Lots of big, strong stories throughout the last 12 months on the Ladies European Tour. Big name winners, some first-time winners. A few of the youngsters have emerged. Of course, the Players Player of the Year awards later today on the Ladies European Tour. Alison, I know you're playing a part in that, emceeing the event. Which names stand out for you? Who's in the running?
For me, it's kind of a head-to-head battle between Nicole Bruck-Larsen and Mel Reid. Both of their turnaround wins. Mel coming second to Nocera in Morocco and then coming out to win wire-to-wire in Turkey earlier this year. And then Nicole's win in Helsingborg after a heartbreaking loss to Hannah Burke in Pilsen. Hannah went out and shot 64 in that final round and just pit Nicole at the post.
Lucy Andre putting the finishing touches to her tournament. One of the players who's emerged today.
Yeah, 5 birdies on the card for Lucy Andre. Just the 1 bogey on the 13th, but all round a very good round of golf together. Currently 4 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament. Started the day at 24th and she shot right up to 9th place. Potential top 10 finish for the French woman. Be a lovely way to end the year. Currently 51st on the money list, making a little over 29,000 euros this year from just the 8 events. This her 9th. We cross back to pink ball of Suvarnapura. Getting right into the spirit yesterday. Sporting her pink both on and off the golf course. Caddy Matt on the bag this week, a friend of hers. Pin's cut well over on the left today on the 12th hole. You can see it flapping in the distance. Imperative to be right off this pin, and that will just catch the front edge. Perhaps a little bit lucky that it didn't roll back down that slope. Seen a few of those do that today. Fairways are cut very short out here on the Majlis course. Patlam for birdie on 13.
Just creeps in. Still moving in the right direction. It's feeling a little under the weather. Pornanong Patlam earlier in the week. Some sort of bug which is bothering her out on the course. Here's Shan Shan Fang's second on the 12th.
That's fine. I like it. 35. Okay.
366 yards, the 12th hole. Dogleg par 4. Approach shot playing into the breeze today, a little off the right. That one also coming up a little bit short there for Fang. It's given her a few problems over the last 24 hours, the 12th. Bogey here yesterday. First for the tournament. Schaefer's second. Well, it's a popular place down on the front left there, as you see Schaefer's ball just catching that slope I was referring to earlier. And that will keep on travelling down the slope. Be a tricky up and down from there.
Up on the 13th, Mel Reid. 4 under par, second shot.
Well, we're yet to see anyone land their second shot on the green here on 13. Very hard to reach, but Mel Reid, one of the very few players in the field capable of doing so. That one's setting up an eagle opportunity for the Englishwoman. This is Jorgensen's fourth shot into the par 5 18. Great chip in there from Melanie Jorgensen. Had a little bit of pace left on that and gave the pin a rattle, but that will be a birdie for the Dane. We'll take her to 3 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament.
She had a great front 9, didn't she? 4 under after 8, Jorgensen. Double on the 17th, but nice way to finish the season. Shan Shan Fang's third on the 12th, 18 under par, still with an 8-shot lead. She'll have that putt for par, stay on 18 under.
As we take a look here at the 14th, Antaya Srisawang, known by most on tour as Net. That's a good lag putt there. Back to the 12th. Quite a hefty elevation change between Schaefer and the flag. She's done well. Beautiful touch.
She's won a couple of times on tour before. Jade Schaefer, 29 these days. German Open back in 2009 and in Prague 2011. Came to Dubai on the back of an event in Mauritius, you were telling me, Alison. Nice part of the world to play golf.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that those 2 weeks she spent in Southeast Asia and Mauritius were very important for her. Just a bit of a recharge and find the fun side of golf again. Swanapura just catching that one a little bit heavy. She'll have a testy 12-footer for par. Currently level par for the day, Swanapura. Just the 2 birdies and the 2 bogeys. Currently with a 3-shot lead over third place, Jade Schaefer, sitting back on 7 under.
Thai players have done well this week in Dubai. Suwanapura, Patlam, both pretty high up the leaderboard, as is Nantaya Srisavang. Just to stay 10 under.
You mentioned the importance of an off-season for the players, and I know that Suwanapura will be heading back to get an MRI back in Thailand for her muscles in her lower back, try and get that injury sorted out.
Drop shot there for Suwanapura, so it means that battle for second is a little bit tighter now. Just 2 shots between Schaefer and Suwanapura.
Reid will have that for birdie.
Fang to make par, stay on 18 under.
Done with authority, that one, Lee. Gave the good hole a rattle.
Gets a revenge on the 12th hole for dropping a shot there yesterday.
Well, it certainly hit the back of the cup. A more assertive putt from the world number 6. Schaefer for par. This to stay at 7 under. She's made it. That's a brilliant up and down there from the 29-year-old.
Keen football fan Mel Reid. Big day for her team, Derby County, today. Back in the UK. Top of the table clash. Derby in 3rd in the championship at the moment. Taking on the leaders, Brighton. In a few hours' time, I'm sure Mel will have an eye on that result. Always keen to keep an eye on results wherever she is in the world. Lovely putts from Caroline Masson. Plays a bit of football, Mel, as well, away from the course when she gets the opportunity.
I know she was a part of the Evian exhibition match that happens during the tournament every year.
A nice boost for Caroline Masson. The race for second hotting up in Dubai. Day 4 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Just a couple of shots between Masson, Schaefer and Suwanapura now, but still nobody really to make any kind of dent in Shan Shan Fang's lead, which is now out to 9 shots. Nice boost for her in that battle for second, tied for 3rd at the moment alongside Schaefer. Suwanapura just trying to hang on to second spot. That prize of €45,000. Thirteenth hole, par 5, Shan Shan Fang, 18 under. Hasn't dropped a shot here so far this week. for us. Played well at this hole. Birdie on Wednesday and Friday. No real signs that the injury is bothering her at all. That's the good news for the Ties fans. Although it's leaning on the caddy a touch. She makes her way down the 13th fairway. Pavlin 6 under. The player climbing the leaderboard this afternoon. Caroline Masson looking to continue that battle for second. Alison Whittaker's stepped out of the commentary hot seat for a few minutes. Delighted to welcome the player who started the week in second place on the Ladies European Tour Order of Merit, Nicole Brock Larsen from Denmark. Welcome, Nicole. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
How's your week been in Dubai? You're just about inside the top 30, perhaps not the kind of finish you were maybe aiming for at the start of the week. How was it out there on the course this week?
Well, it's been a little bit tough week for me. Coming straight from Q school to the LPGA last week, arriving Monday night late. Couldn't sleep because of jet lag, but had a good practice round during the Pro-Am, and then got two rounds of +2 the 2 first days, which was not what I was hoping for, playing with Mel Reid and Shan Shan Fang, but I just made the cut and got two good rounds in the weekend, so that was nice to finish the season good.
And a nice finish today. I noticed a couple of birdies to finish the round.
Yeah, birdie 16 and 17. Yeah, didn't get the birdie on 18, but still a good finish, yeah.
You mentioned playing with Shan Shan Fang at the start of the week. How was that experience? We've talked a lot about her, of course, over the last 4 days, the quality of her golf, how she's, without any disrespect to the rest of the field, but she's just a little bit on another level, isn't she, in terms of world ladies golf? What kind of things did you notice when you were out on the course with her?
Yeah, I agree that she's just a top player and a little bit higher than the rest of us, and she's just playing really steady golf. Don't really make any mistakes and just hit the fairways, hit the greens, and if she can't reach a par 5, she like plays in 3, and then she's a really good putter. I mentioned that, and I mean, if she's not holding the putt, it's still really close, and I think she got a good caddy who's a good green reader as well, and they seem to have this really good relationship, and on the greens especially, they are working very good together.
Yeah, very impressive this week. Savannah Pora. Thai players have played well. Of course, you've had a great season. Let's talk a little bit about your home. Were you expecting to do so well this year? You did well in the rookie race last year. Amy Bolden just pipped you to the post in Dubai 12 months ago. What were your goals at the start of the year, and have you smashed those goals in some ways? Great shot.
Well, my main goal was to win once at the Ladies European Tour, and I got that win, so that was really nice to me. Then I got into Evian and British Open and did well on those two, my first majors, and obviously it was nice to play well in the first majors, and yeah. So this season has been really good, and finishing second, maybe third on the Order of Merit is really nice in my second year on the Ladies European Tour. So I'm very happy sitting here.
Yeah, we were talking about your season in some detail, Alison and I, earlier in the year. Of course, you had the disappointment in Pilsen, and one of the questions we wanted to ask you, Alison noticed that you then went back to the the slightly lower tour on the ladies European Tour, the Access Series. Was that a conscious decision because of what happened in Pilsen? Did you sit down with the people who advise you and say, I want to try and get rid of that bad memory, because you came very close in Pilsen, didn't you? And it must have been a disappointing day. Was that part of the plan?
Yeah, well, it was a very disappointing day in Pilsen. I got it all under control, and then suddenly I slided away from the top, doing a triple bogey on 16. Yeah, I just wanted to keep playing, and that's why I got to play in the Let Access in Sweden, just to keep playing, because I felt my game was in a good shape, and just trying to keep up with that, and kind of helped me. Like 1.5 week after in Sweden, so that was awesome.
Great putt from Patlum. You were telling us about your year, Nicole. Joint third now for Pornanon, former champion here, 2013. Yeah, I mean, one of the highlights must be the way you bounced back after that disappointment in Pilsen. Is that one of the things that, if you look back at 2015, you'll be most pleased with, the most proud of, maybe?
Yeah, I'm definitely very proud, because like when I got second in Pilsen, a lot of people texted me like, you can win and you just have to believe in yourself, keep going, and it will come soon. But the win coming 3 weeks after I got second in Pilsen was very, very nice. And like I went to Sweden with a lot of confidence, and I knew I could be up there, but to finish that tournament in Sweden was good.
Caroline Masson on the 14th, pushing hard for second spot now. Talked a little bit about the strength of some of the nations this week as well. Alison and I, of course, it's a big year for Caroline with the Solheim Cup in Germany. It's been noticeable how well the Danes have done this year. Yourself, of course, on the order of merit. Emily Pedersen and Nana Madsen in the Rookie of the Year race. Malene Jørgensen's doing well today. If you take a step back and look at Danish golf, and particularly women's golf in Denmark, is there a reason that that's happening this year?
Well, Nana and Emily and I, and Daisy as well, who has not had the best season, but the four of us has been playing together on the national team for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, competing against each other at tournaments in Denmark, playing together to the European Team Championship and stuff. So I think we just kind of push each other to these good results, and like everyone wants to be the best Dane, and now there's the Olympics next year, which is like, there's only 2 spots and we have 4 players who's doing really good. So I think that's pushing us as well. This just been really nice to have Emily and Nana got out here on tour. I was traveling a lot with Malene last year, but it's good to have more Danish girls out here, and we are supporting each other very well, so that's nice.
Yeah, fabulous shot from Mel Reid there. Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? I think particularly when you're young, traveling around the world in an individual sport, it can only help if you've got friends around you from the same country. It must help you off the course, make it a more pleasurable experience, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's good. I mean, especially when you have these tough weeks, it's nice to have people who are supporting you and still being your friend as a normal friend, and having someone in the hotel room talking to you about other things than golf.
It's Joe Clatton. Just to remind you, Shan Shan Fang still with a handsome lead. That's a great putt from Joe. French ladies on tour always strong. Nice strong finish from Clatton today. You mentioned the Olympics there, Nicole. Of course, not too far away now, is it? August next year. When you're at these tournaments, are you at the stage now where you're starting to think about where you are in the context of grabbing one of those 2 spots on the Danish team, or is it a little bit too far away, or is it in the back of your mind there's a buzz starting to happen on tour about the Olympics?
Yeah, it's for sure. It's in the back of my mind every week. Yeah, as I said, we have 4 players who's battling for these 2 spots, and you know, nothing is clear until July next year, so you have to be there every week. And I mean, if you're thinking about going to Australia next year or not, if you're going for the Olympics, you definitely have to go. And I think think it will be a tough match between the four of us. It'll be a good competition, and yeah, you just have to be there every week.
Shan Shan Fang on the 13th, third, par 5. Still 18 under. Fabulous shot again from the world number 6. She had a 5-shot lead going into today, Nicole, Shan Shan Fang. I guess all those ladies around her on the leaderboard needed to start quickly. Is that the key when you're trying to chase someone down in this kind of scenario?
Yeah, I mean, when someone has a 5-shot lead and yeah, she's world number 6, you know that she's not gonna drop a lot of shots out there, and you have to like get going from the beginning. Shan Shan got a good start today, 3 birdies on the first 5 holes, so she kind of did the thing that people behind her wanted to do. But yeah, you have to get a good start to like kind of push her, I think.
A little bit about your game and your year and where you go from here. If you rewind 12 months to when you started the tour this season back in January, what have you improved? What do you try and improve as a young golfer throughout the course of the year? Because it must be difficult when you're playing tournaments so often to actually step away from the course and work on different technical elements of your game.
Yeah, especially, I mean, in Denmark we have this off season where we can't really play golf, so we used to have these 3-4 months where we practice inside on the technique and the swing. You haven't really got these long off season as a pro, but I think this year just growth as a golfer. My golf game has improved, and I've improved as a person as well on the course. And yeah, if you look at my results during the year, it's just coming step by step. Got a 3rd place in Buick in May, and then had a 4th place at the Bucks in July, I think. And then, yeah, my 2nd place in Czech, and then my win in Sweden in September. So it just kind of like, yeah, went step by step, and I think I growth with it. And my game got better and better, and I got more confident, of course. So yeah, it's been a good year, and I'll try to just put a new, like, yeah, take a new step next year and see where it takes me.
We saw Masson with a chance to move to 8 under, didn't do so, so Masson will stay 7 under in the context of that battle for 2nd. Srisawang on the 16th. Yeah, I was going to ask you about where you go from Dubai. I mean, you mentioned the kind of weather you've got back home in Denmark at the moment, not the greatest golfing weather. So where do you go from here? Tell us about your schedule and where you'll spend the next few weeks, and your schedule going into next year. What's your first tournament?
Yeah, well, I'll be going home Monday morning, and then I'll have a week off where I just kind of see my family and friends and relax, and yeah, have a look back in this year and evaluate with my coaches. Then I'm gonna celebrate Christmas and New Year's Eve with my friends as well, and I'm really looking forward to that. And then I'm taking off to Orlando the 3rd of January to a practice camp with the national team. Nana and Emily and Melina will join me there, so that will be, I mean, the off season is not very long, it's 2 weeks. And yeah, then we have the practice camp there, and then I'm playing the Australian stuff beginning of February. Might have a stop by here in Dubai and practice a little bit in the end of January. Yeah, and then I'll probably go and play some Monday qualifiers for the LPGA next year when we don't have tournaments on the Ladies European Tour, just to try and get in and play against, yeah, Shan Shan Fang and the other world top players.
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? Because I think if you just look at the Ladies European Tour calendar, of course there are quite a few events on the LET, but there are some gaps here and there, and sometimes it's easy to forget that you guys jump onto maybe another tour for a couple of weeks just to keep playing. Is it about continuing to play competitive golf? Is that the environment you want to be in from week to week to week?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's nice to have 2 or 3 weeks break, just to like, yeah, have a break and then recharge and start over and have time to practice and improve. But sometimes when your game is good, as my situation was this year in Pilsen, you just want to keep going and, yeah, still improve, but just like get the routine and the rhythm going.
Shan Shan Fang. Just keeping an eye on the big stories this afternoon as well. The main one is about this lady. Seemingly marching to victory here in Dubai again. Just to remind you, she's won this tournament 2 times, trying to become the first 3-time winner here in Dubai. Annika Sorensen won this tournament twice, 2006, 2007. Putt for birdie. We were talking earlier, Nicole, about Shan Shan's total back in 2012, the first time she won this tournament, 21 under par. She's not too far away now. Of the closing holes she's got left, where are the opportunities, do you think, for her to maybe surpass that score, pick up a few more shots?
Well, 15 is, it's not a difficult pin today because the green is quite hard, so you can like land it in the front of the green, roll it up there. 16 is, it's in the back of the green, but still, if you get it up there, it's not too difficult as well. 17, the tee is not forward today as it was yesterday, so that's still a real par 4. And 18, depending on how far you get with your drive, you can maybe reach it in 2 or not. But I think Shan Shan will do it in 3, but she's a very good wedge player, so that's a good chance as well. So I think she has the chance to pass that minus 21, definitely.
Sivanapura just looks like she's perhaps starting to feel the pain again with that hip injury, we think it is, down the right-hand side. Isabella Ramsey for birdie. Overall, it's been a good week for you. They've enjoyed playing this course. Seems to be a very popular stop on the calendar. I guess one because of the weather, but the condition of the course as well.
Yeah, obviously the weather is a good motivator for going here, but the course is in really good shape. The greens are rolling like really pure, and the best greens I've played on this year, I think. Yeah, the course is really nice, and I love being here in Dubai. There's a good atmosphere and good players coming, and yeah, it's a good way to finish the season here.
And very quickly, before we bid you farewell, goals for next season, what's on the agenda? Have you set those yet?
The Olympic Games will be my main goal, to go there. I wanted to win a tournament again on the Ladies European Tour. That feeling is just unbelievable good, and now I know I can do it, so that would be a goal too. Then in the end of the season, I might go try playing the Q School for the LPGA again. So yeah.
The best of luck.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. It's been lovely talking to you. All the best. Have a happy Christmas and a safe journey home. Thanks very much, Nicole. This is how it stands. Shan Shan Fang still a huge advantage here in Dubai, 19 under par. Sivanapura just about hanging on to second, but it's getting tight. Patlam, Masson and Schaefer putting pressure on the Thai player. Georgia Hall and Mel Reid tied for 6th. A fabulous season for Nicole Brock-Larsen. Look forward to watching more of her golf in 2016. Delighted to welcome Alison Whittaker back into the hot seat.
And what a time to do it, Lee. Things are heating up out on the golf course. Some brilliant golf being played as we see Masson here on the par 3 15th, playing 163 yards to the pin today. As Nicole said, quite an accessible pin for the players out on course this afternoon. Nice little car up for grabs as well, but only a few more chances to see that one drive away.
a nice Christmas present for someone.
Well, Reid with 2 birdies in the last 5 holes, finding a little bit of form on this back 9, and that got a very friendly bounce. Brilliant golf shot there from Melissa Reid. Certainly giving that 4-wheel drive a bit of a scare. I saw her father Brian out taking a look at it earlier this week. Perhaps a request from Brian for Christmas, as he said, Lee. Nearly a members bounce there for Georgia Hall, but that will find the rough. Perhaps a little bit lucky that that didn't kick down to the right. There is a big collection area down in the back right of the 15th green that rolls severely away from the pin. Absolutely gorgeous weather.
It's about that time of the day when Shan Shan starts to refuel. It's important for a golfer to stay hydrated and to keep the energy levels up, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. And it was something that I tried to schedule into my round. I eat like a teenage boy myself, so it was always important preparation, taking the sandwiches and the protein bars out on the golf course to make sure that your concentration levels stayed at optimal levels.
Needs to keep the energy up, doesn't she, to lift the trophy in around an hour's time. Surely all done and dusted now, isn't it, in terms of this one?
Yeah, you'd have to think so. A 10-shot lead with 4 or 5 holes to play. It's really just a question of whether or not Shan Shan can equal that lowest 72-hole score of 21 under. That's potentially the next headline, with some very attackable pins out on 15, 16, 17 and 18 today. We've seen a few birdies out on the finishing hole, the 18th, this morning. Pins on the front, and big temptation to a lot of the girls to try and hit that green in 2. So some exciting golf yet to play.
Let's join Laura Davies for par on the 17th, as Nicole referenced, playing a little bit longer today. They've pushed the tee back to where it started at the start of the week. Suwanapura.
1 over for her round today. Still with an abbreviated follow through there. So a few issues perhaps with that lower back injury, but you couldn't tell it from the result. Great shot there from Suwanapura. Very tricky to get the ball to stop out there on the 14th today. The pin 17 paces on, and just 6 from the left. So she has hit a textbook approach shot into the 14th. $139, do you think, Lee?
It's about on the money.
Well, that is just a testament to what kind of golf Shan Shan Fang is playing, if that's a shot she's not happy with. She said in her press conference last night that she hit a few average shots yesterday that turned out pretty good, and that's the way it certainly looked on TV. More of the same from Fang. And you can see her response there, perhaps knowing she got a little lucky with that bounce forward. But it will be yet another birdie opportunity for our leader. Perhaps a chance to get to 20 under par.
Schaefer still 7 under.
And that will not be a friendly spot to Jade Schaefer. She'll have work to do there. One of the keys to playing well out here on the Majlis course is just trying to not short sight yourself too much, particularly with the greens as quick as they are. And you don't have too much room to work with out of the bunkers. It's very difficult to get those kind of high lofted bunker shots close to the hole.
Caroline Masson. Another player on 7 under, 2 under for today. Time starting to run out for Caroline if she's going to leapfrog Suwanapura into second. Georgia Hall waiting patiently. Of course, this was where she had the hole-in-one last year. 18 years of age, won the new car before she'd passed her driving test. That was the irony 12 months ago.
Well,
gives you a bit of extra incentive, doesn't it?
I was going to say, if there's any motivation to start studying for your driving test, Lee, I think a brand new car would be right at the top of that list.
Pat Lem's played well today. Former winner. Produced some magic at the 18th back in 2013, Pat Lem to win. Edge out Stacey Lewis.
Well, I think she thought she'd missed it and was surprised when that found the back half of the hole there, Georgia Hall. Something going in her favour out on the 15th.
Schaefer in the sand.
Well, I dare say she spent a bit of time on the beach last week in Mauritius, but I think that's a bit more enjoyable than the shot ahead of her there, and just a showing of how fast these greens are here on the Majlis course, and it will still be her to play in that playing group. It's just so hard to get any spin on the bunkers out here. Very hard packed sand with quite a fluffy top layer, so each week we spend a little bit of time in the surrounding bunkers trying to work out how to play a long shot, a short shot, a high shot, a low shot, and get a bit of a bunker repertoire together. This will be Reed for birdie on 15. She knocks that one in, and that will get her to 6 under par, 1 under for the day, and that will launch her into outright 4th.
Yeah, not too far away from second, is she, Mel?
Very important week for Jade. She mentioned last night in her press conference, a little bit of extra money in the piggy bank would be a big boost for her, particularly going into the Christmas time of year. We all know what that's like.
It's the one drop shot on the card today at the third for Schaefer. Birdies on 7 and 9. Needs to hold this to stay on 7 under. Oh my word, that was close. Fine effort.
Yeah, brilliant attempt there from Schaefer. About as aggressive as you can be here on the 14th. It is a very tricky green to judge. There's a few differing areas of grain out on the golf course, which of course I'm referring to the direction which the grass grows. It's always faster when the grass is a little bit shinier down grain.
16th green, Warnanong Petlum. One of those players trying to chase Sawanapura. That battle for second. Here she is. Chance to move out to 10 under once more. Would take a bit of pressure off, and it disappears. That could be a key moment in that battle for second. Just takes a bit of heat off, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. It's a different feeling having a 3-shot lead than a 2-shot lead. You know, you'd feel hard pressed to make a triple bogey out here on the closing holes, but a double bogey, we've seen a few of those down the stretch.
And another wonderful putt.
I might have to go and buy myself a Thai putter, perhaps, Lee. They seem to be working. That one dropping for Strisselwang.
And another. So the quality of golf right up there at the moment on the marginless course. Fist bump for Shan Shan. Just gets better and better, isn't it?
She's just so impressive out on the golf course. After that birdie on the 13th and now another one at the tricky 14th. Currently bogey free today as well. Just 5 birdies on the card, and very impressive golf yet again from the world number 6.
Schaefer moves back to 6 under. Drop shot on 14. That lead for Shan Shan Fang getting bigger and bigger in Dubai. Final day of this 4-day event. Last stop on the LET calendar. Looking more and more like Shan Shan will be collecting a second Ladies European Tour trophy of the season. Winner at the Buick Championship in Shanghai back in May. Had some big names winning the LAT events. Lydia Ko, world number 1, of course, in the Australian Open, and one in New Zealand, and of course one Evian as well. So he's on the roll of honour. Nasira here in Dubai. She's a winner this season in Morocco. Mel Reid in Turkey. Beth Allen was here this week, winner of the ISPS Handler Ladies European Masters. Rebecca Artis in Scotland. Hannah Berg in the Czech Republic. Nicole Brock-Larsen, who we had in the comms box a few minutes ago. Selena Ban, of course, a winner home soil in France back in September. And Emily Patterson in India, all those players here in Dubai. Mel Reid on 16.
Lovely approach there from Mel, leaving him just a little bit short of that back left hole location on 16. It's definitely the side that you want to be on, leaving an uphill putt. There's a lot of slope over on the back of that 16th green. It's all about your position with your approach.
20 under par. That's got a nice ring to it, isn't it? On the 15th tee.
Well, it's just 147 yards to the front of the green, and as we see there, the ball really rolling through on the 15th. Ideally, the players would land at about 150 or 151 yards, and then allow for the imminent rollout that we've seen so often here on the Majlis course.
Georgia Hall second. Into the 16th. Good shot. Another player who's stuck around today. Ten shots off the lead of Shan Shan Fang, but looking good for second now, Suwanapura. Very nice tee shot.
Now let's see how Jade Schaefer can bounce back from that bogey 5 on the 14th hole. It's something we saw a lot of yesterday, the players having a little bit of trouble reading the sometimes gusty wind around the Majlis course. And Laura Davies' caddy Tanya had many a conversation with her player about club selection. She said some days are easier than others when you have good yardages, that you know exactly which club to choose, and some days it's a little bit harder for the person on the bag. And that one just coming up a little bit short there for Jade Schaefer. Didn't look like she quite caught all of that.
Towards the end of the final tournament of the year here in Dubai, the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. What a lead for Shan Shan Fang. 20 under par for the world number 6, a 10-stroke advantage. A little bit more breathing space for Tidapa Suwanapara in second. At advantage over the ladies just behind her, chasing her down for second position. Had been down to 2 shots for a little while, but birdie at the 14th for Suwanapura. Just giving her a little bit of breathing space. Patlan and Masson 3 shots behind the tie player now. Those two in a tie for third. Reed and Schaefer in a tie for 5th. Swissovang and Hall tied for 7th. These are some of the names who've also had good weeks. Looking good for top 20 finishes. Malene Jørgensen, one of the Danish team here in Dubai. Good 69 for her today. 4 under, she finishes the tournament. Isabella Ramsey as well. We've been keeping an eye on the young Swede. Tied for 18 for Lat Hudson, 2 under. A few players on 1 under for the tournament. Stacey Lee Bregman, Charlie Hull, Liz Young, who led early on Wednesday. Camilla Lennart, another of the winners on the Ladies European Tour in the field. Tied 37th as the name of Holly Clyburn. Of course, like Nicole Brock-Larsen, Nicole was referencing it a few minutes ago. Holly's had a busy couple of weeks. Played over at Q School in the States last week. Earned her card on the LPGA for 2016, so to make that quick adjustment this week as well to make the cuts. We'll finish the season with a feeling of satisfaction, I'm sure, after her exploits over in Florida last week. It's Laura Davies. Good start to Laura's week, Alison. Just a shame she couldn't, perhaps just got a little bit closer to Shan Shan on day 3.
Yeah, definitely starting the tournament with 2 consecutive 68s. I know she was very happy with her form going into the 3rd day and seemed to have her eye on the prize, but it wasn't to be for Laura yesterday, 77, and currently even par out there today, just the one birdie and the one bogey. But it's nice to see Laura back near the top of the leaderboard. You know, this golf course sets up nicely, she says, for the way that she likes to play the game. She can be very creative with her shot shaping.
Hands of Jade Schaefer. Putting for birdie. Par 3 15th, trying to get back to 7 under.
She'll be hoping to pick up one, maybe two shots coming into the stretch, knowing Jade, quite a long hitter, and some very attackable holes coming up for her. Perhaps get her back into that tie for third alongside Patlam and Masson, currently at 7 under.
This is Georgia Hall, 19-year-old from England, rattled that one past.
Yeah, it's again yet another testament to how quick these greens are. You just always have to be on point in terms of pace, otherwise you'll be staring down a 6-foot putt coming back for par. You just cannot let your guard down around the Majlis course.
Real trailblazer for Chinese golf. Shan Shan Fang, the first Chinese player ever to win a major, man or woman.
This to get her to 21 under par, equaling the record for the 72-hole total, but not to be. That one slides by. She'll have that to stay at 20 under.
2012 LPGA Championship that she won, major in women's golf. Reed for birdie. Oh, can't believe it. When Shan Shan won that major, Alison, in terms of the context of the landscape, if you like, of women's golf, was that the first real sign that China would become a strength, a strong nation?
I think so. I think, you know, after so many years of dominance from the Koreans on tour, it was only a matter of time, in a way, before China started churning out a lot of good players themselves. And, you know, the amateur pathway that they have created in China is very impressive, similar to a lot of the programs we see around the world. But they're just absolutely spoiled for choice in terms of talent. So many good young players. We don't see too many veterans Chinese players out on the tour, but the next generation coming through, they're world beaters in themselves.
Patlam on 17. Is that the feeling that gradually we'll just see more and more players coming out of China?
I think so, yeah. Even in the last 3 years, we've had so many girls come out to the LET as well. 2 or 3 years ago, there was four Chinese girls out on the tour. Xu Ling, one of them, Joy, Janet, amongst a few of the names that they were known as on tour. And it was nice to have them around, gave it a real kind of world tour feel. So that one just slips by for Davies on 18. That was for birdie, and she walked away with par.
So par for Shan Shan. Laura Davies wraps up her tournament, another season. Another season slips by for Laura without getting her hands on a trophy, but playing good golf. Maybe she'll put that right in 2016.
Well, it's been a mixed bag of results for Schaefer here in the last few years. 33rd last year and 52nd the year before, but she has tasted some brilliance around the Magulus course back in 2009. Had a top 10 there. Looking to improve on that out there this afternoon. This is Patlam from the back of 17. It's very well judged from the tie.
Shadows lengthening in Dubai. Just gone around 3:30 local time in the afternoon. Spoilt for choice. Sports fans in this part of the world, always something going on. We've got the ladies golf, of course, this week. This course used on the men's European Tour as well. World Air Games has been entertaining us in the Dubai skies this week. Reading some badminton taking place in Dubai this week. The IPTL Asian Tennis League is in town from tomorrow. Federer here in Dubai. All the fans out on the course have enjoyed this demonstration by Shan Shan this week, haven't they, once more?
Just so consistent out there this week from Fang. 3 consecutive rounds of 67 and currently on track for another one. 5 under par for the day.
Seems to be holding it together physically, doesn't she, out on the course? We've seen her leaning on the caddy, walking up the fairway a couple of times, but doesn't seem to be affecting the technique too much, whatever that issue is with the hip or the glute on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it seems as though it's only bothering her post-impact. If it was her left leg, it might have been a little bit harder, but clearly having much more issues with the right side of her hip, and that's allowing her to at least get to impact probably pain-free, and you see just that restricted follow-through. Well, it was a good-looking golf swing, and that's the result to match. Jade Schaefer will have a perfect angle in to that back left hole location.
Nontaya Srisawang from Thailand over the water. Oh yes, that's Patlam-esque, that third shot on 18, wasn't it?
Yep, just a kick in from there, Lee. She'll enjoy the walk up to the 18th.
Referring to Patlam's third back in 2013, of course, the shot that pretty much won of the tournament.
Mel Reid had a few issues out here earlier in the week, on the 17th. Getting a bit too friendly with the trees on the right. Looks as though it might be hindering her view just a little bit here with her approach shot into the par 4 17.
Great shot.
It's one of the things about Reid is that she can get enough spin and generate enough spin on the golf ball to get the ball sitting down a lot quicker around the greens, which is such an advantage here on the Magulus course when you don't have to guess, you know, how many paces the ball will roll out once it hits the putting surface.
Looks focused today, Mel, doesn't she? Good body language, good application out on the course. I wonder if she has got that order of merit in the back of her mind, just leapfrogging Nicole Brock-Larsen. Of course, if she finishes 4th, that's 22,500 euros, which would bridge the gap and take her probably above Nicole Brock-Larsen. Difficult to figure out the exact amount, isn't it? But might be enough, 4th.
Yeah, well, what the people at home didn't see was Nicole looking at that prize money breakdown as she left our commentary booth. She actually pointed to 3rd and then pointed down to where she thought she was finishing, I think between the 25th to 30th, currently out there this week, and she was doing the maths, so she is all too aware of the position that she's in, with Mel breathing down her neck as Srisa Wang taps in for that gorgeous birdie on the 18th hole, and that will take her to 6 under for the tournament, 4 under for today. Great round of 68 for the Thai player.
Joint 5th for Srisa Wang alongside Schaefer and Reed. Flying on the 16th, not too long to wait, you would imagine, before she gets on to the winners' podium once more here in Dubai.
Yeah, I guess it's just a question of whether she goes to that winners' podium with yet another record or not, Lee. She's certainly on track to do so if she can pick up just the one more, maybe even 2 more birdies coming down the stretch.
Yeah, just a reminder, the largest winning margin is 6 shots here, Annika Sorensen. 2006, so it looks like that one's in the bag in terms of rewriting the history books here in Dubai.
Solid shot from Swanapura. Just chipping away out there, hitting a lot of fairways and a lot of greens, giving herself chances coming down the stretch to extend her lead ahead of 3rd place, Patlan, Masson and Reed. It's just 83 paces to the front of the green there for Jade Schaefer. The pin today 31 paces back, well back in that left corner of the hole. And that's a good shot. Masson for birdie. She'll have that to stay at 7 under. Hall for par. And she's got it. Great save there from Georgia Hall on 17. Not a hole that you want to give a shot away on. Relatively short par 4.
A nice response after 16, dropping a shot there, Georgia Hall. Through the palm trees on the 17th green. Mel Reid has to move to 7 under and a tie for third. Yes, wow. Nicole Brock-Larsen might be shifting uneasily in her seat wherever she's watching. Putting together some back nine.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit of a race for the top European player title between Reid and Brock-Larsen. Obviously, Shan Shan Fang already wrapping up the Order of Merit coming into this week. Even if Nicole or Mel had won this week, picked up the €75,000 check, it wouldn't have been enough. Fang just had such a dominating lead on the Order of Merit.
Yeah, just to reiterate, Brock-Larsen in second on the money list. Just over €230,000 this season. Mel Reid in third, 219. So a gap of around €11,000 to bridge for Mel. That's the target for her this afternoon.
That's a part of Fang's game that's just been so impressive this week. The leaves that she's given herself for par. She's really only had 2 testers today. Masson taps hers in for par on the 17th, and she will remain at 7 under for the tournament and tied for third.
Schaefer, a chance to move back to 7 under. Not to be for the French woman. She'll stay on 6 under. Tie for 5th. Swanapura. Playing for second realistically, but can just close the gap a touch on Shan Shan if this drops. No mistakes with the putt for par. Looking more and more like she'll be leaving Dubai with a check for €45,000 at the very least. This for Fang to stay on 20 under. And she does. Well, not long now before Shan Shan Fang gets her hands on the trophy for a 3rd time. 10-shot advantage for the world number 6. She's almost home and dry, just 2 holes to play. Some of the players who've played well today on that graphic back in the clubhouse. Theresa Rang with a 68. Caroline Headwall with a good round of 67 today. Lucy Andre with a 68 from France. Malene Jorgensen, we've talked a lot this week about the strength of the Danish youngsters. Of course, Emily Pedersen will be crowned Rookie of the Year later today at the Ladies European Tour function on site at the Emirates Golf Club in a few hours' time. Shan Shan Fang will be crowned the winner of the Ladies European Tour money list as well, of course. So it's all good for Shan Shan at the moment. Georgia Hall tied for 8th at the moment. Be a good end to her rookie season on tour. Top 10 in Dubai. Nice strong tournament to do well at. There's Laura Davies. Just 2 off the lead at the halfway stage in Dubai. 73 for Dame Laura today. Jo Clatten with a level past 72 just behind her on that leaderboard. Two to play for Shan Shan then. 17th tee. We'll be back here in 12 months' time in Dubai. 2016 schedule announced officially today. 2016 Omega Dubai Ladies Masters will take place second week of December, around 12 months' time.
Perhaps the most notable addition to that schedule, Lee, coming along in August from 15th to the 18th in Brazil, the Rio Olympic Games. A few of our LET regulars will be representing their countries there.
Yeah, the Ladies European Tour just released the 2016 schedule. That's very much a tradition during this week in Dubai. That's presented to the players initially, isn't it? And then released to the press and media and public. A couple of small changes looking at that schedule. Lalla Merriam Cup in Morocco just pushed back a touch, so that one's in May rather than March. And the Turkish event in June, but no, you're right, it's always a challenge, isn't it, for any tour, any sport, to slot the Olympics into the schedule. Got to do a little bit of jostling and moving around. Olympics coming after the British Open next season, which will be at Woburn, and the ISPS Handy Ladies European Masters, very much a flagship event on the LET just after the Olympics, so slotted in between those two big ones. Great to see the Queen's Cup in Japan part of the schedule once more as well, just before Dubai.
Well, this is the ball of Mel Reid, taking a very good look at that lie. As you see, I think that's actually a tree root hindering her follow through there. And you have to be very careful in those situations to make sure you don't do any permanent damage, particularly to your wrists. As they're trying to clear away those crowds down on the left side of the green. It'll be a pretty gutsy play trying to go down that left side. It's all just dependent on the angle of that tree root and how you can get cleanly to the golf ball. Satya band pot for birdie.
Oh, very casual.
She practically walked that one in, Lee, in the side door.
Thai players generally have had a great week, haven't they, in Dubai?
That will get Satya Banpot back to level par for the day. Good tournament for her. Currently in a tie for 12th. 3 under par for the tournament. Isabella Ramsey for birdie, 2-time winner on the LET Access Tour in 2014. Not to be. Still a very good week out here for the Swede. Hasn't played out here on the Magulus course before, and because of that, this will be her best finish, Lee.
Yeah, good run of 69 yesterday from Ramsey. The leader, second shot. 17th. Similar challenge for Schaefer.
And executed nicely. She will have that putt to launch her up into that tie for third alongside Masson, Reed and Patlam, as we see on screen now. And she taps in for par. That's a round of 69 for the Thai player. Well, she didn't look too happy with that one, Swanapura, and you can see it just there on the bottom left of your screen. Coming up well short of the green on the par 4 17th. Well, this could be a make or break shot for Mel Reid and her quest to jump Nicole Brock-Larsen on the money list. Well, she didn't see it, but her cameraman was managed to pick that one up. Still in the rough with some work to do for Reid. Hall's third shot. Carried the water just by a few paces. That one skipping through.
It's a really crazy girl. Yeah. Yes. First ball over there. I don't know where.
Short left off the tee for Georgia Hall, and had a little bit of work to do for her third shot there, coming in with a fairway medal. Very hard to get any kind of spin around these greens on the Magulus course. Running very quick today, 12.5 feet on the stimp meter.
The lady in second, Tidia Sawanapura. She's had a great week. 10 under par, a highly respectable score. put into context how well Shan Shan Fang has played, though. Oh!
It's just around that awkward length out here that you don't really want on greens that are running as fast as this. Very hard to get, as I've said many a time, any spin on the golf ball here within 30 yards of the green.
That's on 7 under. Up and over the water, that's the plan.
That's on currently in that tie for 3rd place. 3-way tie with Patlam and Mel Reid. She'll have that putt to put a little bit of pressure back on Reid as she works out her plan after that very interesting shot off the tree root, Lee.
Shan Shan Fang, chance to move to 21 under. That's the magic number in terms of the winning total. 2012, that's a record here in Dubai. Not to be on this occasion, but she will have one more opportunity to reach 21 under par, assuming she makes par there, of course. Back to Mel Reid.
Well, I may eat my words, Lee, but it's going to be very difficult for Mel to get this to stop on the front of the green near the hole. Done by a matter of inches there for Mel Reid. And she knows how lucky that bounce forward was. We've seen all too many golf balls over the years take their car into reverse, back into the water, but a nice little kick forward there for Mel Reid, and she knows how important that is in her quest to chase down Nicole Brock-Larsen on the money list.
Yeah, you never know. Could be the shot that makes the difference, couldn't it? She rolls in the putt. Sawanapura for par on 17. Reid could close the gap on Sawanapura. Dropping a shot here, so she'll move back to 9 under. If Mel holds for birdie at the last, she'll move to 8 under. You never know. It's a bit of pressure on this young lady on the 18th.
Yeah, especially with that front hole location today, Lee, bringing the water in front of the green well into play. Seen a few find the bottom of that this morning.
Schaefer was pushing for 2nd at one stage, 6 under par at the moment. A tie for 6th as it stands.
Well, she had the read, just not the pace. Schaefer will stay 6 under par. Hall's 4th shot after an errant drive and hitting a fairway metal to this point.
Just needs to take care with this one, Shan Shan. Stay on 20 under.
she does. That's a par there for our leader. And she will travel over to the 18th hole, 5 under par for the day. This is Masson's birdie attempt, and just didn't quite have the legs, and she knows it. Good read. That could have been a very handy birdie for Caroline Masson. And she taps that in for a round of 70 today, and she will stay at 7 under, currently tied for third. Well, this is a very important putt for Mel Reid. What you don't see on that leaderboard is that this lady on screen is also in that tied for third at 7 under par. This would launch her out of that into outright third, which, when it comes to the business end of a golf tournament, can be quite the advantage.
Yeah, 30,000 euros for third. No. Slips past.
Hole for par. Bit of an up and down day for Georgia. 3 birdies and 3 bogeys. And she'll add another one to that total. She'll have that for her bogey to slip down to 1 over for the day. And 3 under for the tournament. Well, they're giving it a good look and stressing the importance of this putt.
Sigh of relief from Melissa Reid. 200 round of 70 for Mel today. 75 to begin the tournament. Fantastic 66 on day 2. The rounds of 70. A great back 9 today for Mel. On to the 18th for Shan Shan Fang, the leader. Just a hole to play before she collects her 3rd trophy here in Dubai. Just got better and better this week. The world number 6 arrived as a red-hot favourite, not only in terms of her world ranking, standing on the world stage, but consistency at this golf course over the years. 2012 the winner, 2014 the winner, and surely just around 10 or 15 minutes away of adding her name to the roll of honour once more. This tournament in its 10th year, of course, in Dubai at the Emirates Golf Club. There's the evidence now, with an 11-shot advantage playing the last. Off the course now with a 70. So 7 under par, tied for 3rd at the moment. Remains to be seen whether she'll pocket enough prize money here in Dubai to leapfrog Nicole Brock-Larsen into 2nd spot on the order of merit. That was the big goal for Mel this afternoon. Finished the season number 2 on the money list in incidentally, if you went with us earlier, just to confirm, Shan Shan Fang will win the Ladies European Tour money list this season as well. Finished in the top 10, the money list over in the States. She's taken this course apart over the last 4 days. You know, when you consider the kind of golf she's played over the last 4 days, it was interesting to read her comments about Lydia Ko earlier this week in the press conference. Of course, the world #1, who she was kind of implying is on another level, wasn't she? Which is scary.
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, Shan Shan herself has just been an absolute cut above pretty much from halfway around day 2 here at the Emirates Golf Club. And to think that there is another gear to go to after, you know, a performance like this is, you know, perhaps borderline ridiculous. I think even Shan Shan would have given Lydia Ko a run for her money here this week. She has played flawless golf and perhaps not giving herself quite enough credit, and crediting also her form this week.
That's interesting you say that. You think that she's been that good this week? You know, when you talk about her standing in the world game well inside the top 10, the golf has been that good this week here in Dubai?
Yeah, I definitely think so. We've seen players like Stacey Lewis come out here before, and you know, it's more of a question of whether this golf course suits your eye. Obviously, it definitely suits Shan Shan Fang's, and I think, you know, it's almost like her home track. You're coming into her stadium to play here whenever she turns up, and I think even the world #1 would have a tough challenge kicking her off the podium this week.
Shan Shan Fang, the leader, second shot on 18. Keeping it simple. Position A.
It's going to be an interesting length for Shan Shan. It will be inside 60 yards to the pin from there, so that front hole location, it's sometimes an awkward distance, but every time I've said that, Fang's come out firing, so if anyone can manage the challenge, it's that woman on the screen previously. So we look at Schaefer's location on the par 5 18th. Well, I bet you Mel Reid is also watching the likes of Jade Schaefer finish up, another person that could potentially snip a little bit off Reid's paycheck as well. If Schaefer makes birdie here, that would launch her up to 7 under and up into that tie for 3rd place with Masson, Reid and Patlin.
Second shot's on its way for Schaefer. Laura Davies described this 18th as probably her favourite hole in golf yesterday. It's a great closing hole, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, because you can have anything happen here on the 18th. We've seen eagles this week, and we've certainly seen double bogeys. So that's what you want in a finishing hole, particularly for a brilliant championship golf course like the Majlis. Just the 2 double bogeys here yesterday, but I imagine that number will creep up a little bit more with this front hole location. Always think that's a good test of a championship course. If, you know, a 3-shot lead could potentially become a playoff. that's kind of the excitement that you want. Won't be the case here this week, though, with Shan Shan's 10-shot lead. I think we're pretty safe to say that she'll be hoisting a beautiful trophy here this week, once again.
Yeah, just been too good when she's been playing well at this course. Won comfortably in 2012, 21 under par. Was in the field in 2013. That was the year Patlam won the tournament. High drama on that day. Right at the last. Shan Shan easing to victory 12 months ago as well. It's been more of the same as Sawanapura.
One of the challenges of both the 9th and the 18th hole this time of night is that you're looking straight back into the sun, and whenever you're hitting from sunlight into the shade as well, it can affect your depth perception. You really have to trust your yardage, particularly with a very daunting front hole location like we have here today.
Schaefer still with an opportunity to finish the tournament on 7 under. 6 under at the moment. It's her 3rd shot, looking to get this close, give herself at least a chance of a birdie.
It's just so hard to generate any spin coming into the greens. You can see even players coming in with wedges having trouble to control the rollout. Fang's 3rd. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, and I said that was an awkward length, Lee. Not when you're Shan Shan Fang. Incredible golf here at the Majlis course.
It's the royal party arriving just behind the clubhouse ahead of the presentation ceremony. The Royal Highness Princess Haya bint Al Hussein, wife of Sheikh Mohammed Al Maktoum, the Vice President, Prime Minister of the UAE, ruler of Dubai. Her daughter, Sheikha Al Jalila bint Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Well, talk about sign off in style, Alison. Incredible stuff all week, and she still had a little bit left.
Yeah, she's never quite finished, and that will be a putt to equal the record she set this time last year. The lowest total 72-hole score here at the Majlis course, 21 under par. Absolutely incredible golf, and saving her potentially her best round for last. 3 consecutive 67s, and that will be a putt for a 66 for Shan Shan Fang.
Fabulous shot. Pictures of the royal party making their way into the VIP area just beyond the 9th and 18 greens here at the Emirates Golf Club. Wonderful facility here, really is a great place to stage our final tournament of the year. Wonderful practice green just next to this staircase. Great clubhouse. World-class practice facilities for all the ladies on site. Couple of golf courses, the Majlis and Nick Faldo course. There's floodlit golf here as well. Did a Great job of developing this facility over the years since it opened in 1988. This for birdie. Not too far away. Front row seat for the royal party. It's a shame they didn't arrive a few minutes ago for that third shot of Shan Shan's.
Yeah, it wasn't too shabby, and a great indication of the kind of golf she's played all week here at the Emirates Golf Club.
Jade Schaefer next to putt. She'll finish 7 under if this drops. Oh, brilliant from Jade Schaefer. And a wonderful reaction. What a way to finish her tournament, finish her season. Putt of the highest quality from the French woman. The moment the ball drops. She's deserved that. She's worked hard today. Emotional moment for the French woman. Suwanapura for par. She's done well, Suwanapura. She's really struggling with that injury this time yesterday. Battled hard to block out the pain today. And she will finish in second, the tie player. But all that remains is for Shan Shan Fang to put the finishing touches to yet another famous victory here at the Omega Dubai Ladies Open. It's pretty much been a masterclass from start to finish from the world number 6. Can she reach that magic number? 21 under par. As it stands, the lowest 74-hole total in the history of the event. A winning total back in 2012. She can. Well, appropriate that she finishes with a birdie. Sensational stuff from Shan Shan Fang. 4 rounds of sparkling golf. Congratulations from Jade Schaefer. And in a moment, Titipa Suwanapura. She becomes the first 3-time winner of this tournament, a champion here in 2012 for the first time. She did it again last year. And she has sparkled, Alison, from start to finish.
Very much so, Lee, and it's been the same Shan Shan almost every day, bar a few holes yesterday afternoon on the back 9. Absolutely incredible golf, and she's got a pretty good arm too, doesn't she? Nearly taking out a few of the spectators, perhaps a little gentler this time, Shan Shan.
It's the only shot she's fluffed all week, that one. She's the funny side. She's a lovely character, a lovely personality. She'll be a popular winner amongst the ladies on tour too.
Yeah, absolutely, and she will be hanging around on site as well tonight to pick up that all-important Order of Merit trophy to go along with the one she's about to receive this afternoon. Absolutely brilliant golf from the Chinese superstar.
She'll make her way through the tunnel there, just at the back of the 18th green to the scoring huts. Take care of business before hopefully we'll have a word with the Chinese world number 6, and now a 3-time champion here in Dubai. So there's the confirmation. She's done it again. Shan Shan Fang, the champion once more in Dubai, with a winning total to equal her own record from 2012 of 21 under par. Shot winning margin in the end. And there's some of the ladies who have had really good weeks here in Dubai. Mel Reid, Pornanong Patlam, Caroline Masson, Jade Schaefer, of course. We saw a little bit of emotion from Jade after sinking that birdie putt on the 18th to move to 7 under. Notaya Srisawang, great round from her today, 68. Caroline Headwall as well, didn't see too much of her. It's been up and down for the Swede this season and this week, but a great round of 67. Lucy Andre, Melanie Jorgensen. You may notice that Mel Reid, in fact, has jumped to 3rd there on the leaderboard. It's been confirmed that her scorecard was adjusted. So that's a nice boost for Mel, 3rd, which will mean 30,000 euros, which will take her to 2nd in the Ladies European Tour Order of Merit. So she will finish the season as the highest ranked European player. So our congratulations to Mel. Tough one for Nicole Brock-Larsen to take. But she played well today, Mel, and put together very nice back nine. Nice boost for her going into the off-season.
Yeah, it's been a great year for Mel, all round. Obviously that wire-to-wire win earlier in the year in Turkey, but she's just been very solid, and it's an impressive week for her, as you said.
A few minutes before we come off air on our final broadcast of the season, let's just rewind, if you weren't with us earlier on today, just to enjoy some of the highlights that the world number 6 Shan Shan Fang has provided once more for us here in Dubai. She really put on a show. Started quickly, that was the key, wasn't it? We said the first few holes would be key in terms of the battle of who got their hands on the trophy. If there was any chance of Suwanapura at all of reeling her in, she had to do it quickly, and it was Shan Shan who hit the ground running today.
Yeah, absolutely. Birdies on the 2nd, the 3rd, and then she got to the 5th and rolled that one in as well. Incredible putting out here from the world number 6.
A bit of wind earlier on today, but nothing really bothering Shan Shan out there. Here she was on the 13th. Played the front 9 in 3 under. Picks up her 4th birdie of the day on hole number 13. Here's the putt. Easy does it. Of course, at this stage, the victory never really in doubt. It's all about the battle for 2nd and 3rd, and that's a battle between Reid and Brock-Larsen on the Order of Merit. Really, all departments just working well all week, start to finish, weren't they?
Yeah, so solid, and it's shots like those, even when she wasn't quite happy with how she caught it on 14. Just, you know, you're looking good for a tournament win when even your bad shots are still inside 20 feet.
And in some ways, the best was yet to come. What makes that shot so tough, Alison?
Well, we've seen girls struggle to get any kind of spin, and if that shot had been a yard or two short, it would have been wet. So perfectly judged there from our champion this week. And she would knock that one in for her 6th birdie of the day. Final round 66 to go along with 3 consecutive 67s. And it's just so impressive from Shan Shan Fang.
Now let's take a look at some of the highlights from Titipa Suwanapura on the final day's play. She had to start quickly. In fact, the opposite happened, didn't it? Bogeyed to first, unfortunately. The Thai player was just 5 shots behind. And we say just 5 shots behind because the gap was 10, wasn't it, midway through yesterday, but this lady's finish to the third round was simply sensational. 6 successive birdies, which gave her a half chance, but just couldn't hang on to the coattails really this afternoon.
Yeah, this one just slipping by for her par save on the 9th. Has taken many a victim this week. That was one of her 4 bogeys for today. Finished her around 73. Just the one over par. This just a beautiful iron shot into the 14th hole. Setting up a relatively straight birdie putt on 14, which she managed to roll in as well. That took her to 10 under par for the tournament. After a bogey on 17, she rolled that one in for par on 18. Total of 9 under par for the Thai player.
Let's just take a look once more at the final leaderboard here at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Shan Shan Fang equalled the lowest 74-hole total in the history of the event. 21 under par was her winning total back in 2012. She matched that today. The ladies just below her on the leaderboard were hoping that she would slip up today. In fact, she just got better and better as the week went on. Opening rounds of 67, 67, 67 on days 1, 2 and 3, and got even better today with a sensational birdie at the last and a 66. And we're delighted to announce we can now hear from the champion.
Congratulations, you've won your 3rd title. What is it about this course that you just love so much?
Well, I'm still a little excited right now because this is my 3rd time to win here. And, you know, when I just arrived last Saturday, you know, I was all in my mind was all the good memories here in the past 3 years. And I was just hoping to, you know, just copy that and do that again. And I was actually really relaxed on the course, and I really enjoyed all 4 days, and really happy I'm here again.
You started with a healthy lead, but it was those early birdies that really secured the win here, wasn't it?
I would say, well, on the first hole there, maybe at the start, I was still a little bit nervous because I did think Tidapa had a chance to catch up, but after 2 holes, I think I got to like 7 shots ahead, and maybe from then on, my pressure was like kind of a little relieved, and I was just really enjoying it.
And were you chasing that score of 21 under?
Well, I was actually aiming at 20 at the beginning of the day, and then I got to 20, I think on maybe after 14th, and then I was like, okay, I'll try to make 1 or 2 more. And then I made the last one on the last hole, so even it, I think 21 under is still pretty good. I've been playing really consistently this week. Today was a little different because I was 1 shot less. It was 5 under, 5 under, 5 under, 6 under. So I'm really happy about it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very modest as ever, Shan Shan Fang.
So good to see you again.
They're becoming old friends, these two, aren't they?
Thank you. Thank you.
And in a moment, she will get her hands on that magnificent trophy for a 3rd time. The 2015 champion here in Dubai. And she did it in style. Shan Shan Fang becomes the first 3-time winner here at the Omega Dubai Ladies Open.
Follow you.
Well, the sun setting on Dubai on our week here in the United Arab Emirates and on the 2015 season. There's confirmation. Shan Shan Fang, 21 under par, simply too good for the rest of the field. A significant jump up the leaderboard there for Mel Reid at the death, and we reckon that's enough for her to finish in 2nd on the order of merit. Great season for Mel.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Mel's always had such a great record here on the Majlis course. Has a handful of top 10s to her name, and now she's got another one to add to that total. She's had third back here in 2010 and a fifth here last year, so she obviously has many a fond memory, and that was a definite advantage for her out there this afternoon.
Some of the other ladies who played well this week, Bonanong Patlam, of course, a former champion here, wasn't able to really trouble Shan Shan Fang, but tied for fourth in the end. Another good week for Patlam in this part of the world. Of course, she clearly enjoys playing on as well. The Thai players did well, didn't they? Sataya Banpot, top 10 finish for her. Emma Cabrera Bello, good week for her as well. Of course, her brother has won on this course on the European Tour in the past. Yana Luna, good to see her back towards the right end of the leaderboard. There's Laura Davies, of course, challenged hard over the first couple of days with a couple of opening rounds of 68. Finishes in a tie for 17th. Charlie Hull tied for 23rd, round of 70 today for the youngster. Tied for 31st, one over par for the tournament. These players: Caroline Martins, Isabelle Boisneur, Pamela Pretzwell, a couple of Scots there, Kelsey MacDonald. But brings the curtain down on our year on the Ladies European Tour. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage over the last 12 months. From me, Lee Goodall, Alison Whittaker alongside me, all the team behind the scenes, it's bye for now.
Golf News, JA Resorts and Hotels, Mercedes-Benz and Wassel, along with our patrons, Dubai Duty Free, Newcastle Interiors and Motivate Publishing, they all play a crucial role in ensuring the tournament raises the bar every year. Thank you for your support. I and his team and the LPT, thank you for all the hard work you put into this tournament. We really appreciate you being with us. Thank you. As always, Craig and his main course guys, they always do a great job preparing the matches. I think all the players have enjoyed it, especially attention here. Great job again, Craig. Thank you very much. Our thanks to the members, management and staff of Emirates Golf Club for for providing us with such great facility and services. Every year, Emirates Golf Club work very hard to accommodate us here, whether it's for the Ladies Masters or the Omega Dubai Desert Classic, and they always do a good job. Thank you very much, Mr. May. Mustafa, he is the CEO of Leisure and Sport for Wasl. Thank you as well. Dubai Police, Dubai Sports Council, and the RTA, they do a great job for us, and we appreciate all their support. Thank you for being with us, Saeed Harun. Thank you. To the volunteers, marshals, scorers, media, everyone contributed to the success of the tournament. Many thanks to all of you. And to my team in Golf in Dubai, you've done a great job yet again. Thank you very much. And last but not least, the fans. Thank you for all your support, and look forward to seeing you at the 27th edition of the Omega Dubai Desert Classic in February. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like now to invite Mr. Guaman to make a special presentation to Her Royal Highness Princess Haya in recognition of her support for ladies golf. You may notice there are two bags there. One is for Sheikha Al Jalala for her birthday as a gift. So without further ado, let's press forward with the presentation. I would now like to ask Her Royal Highness Princess Haya to present the prizes, and I would also like to invite Mr. Henri Burris, who is the Area Sales Manager of Omega, to join in the presentation party. And the runner-up of this year's competition with scores of 69, 72, 65 and 73. That's a total of 279 for 9 under par. Fidapa Suwanapura. Thank you very much. And with scores of 67, 67, 67 and 66, that's a total of 267, a record equaling 21 under par. It is, of course, the 2015 Omega Dubai Ladies Masters Champion, Shan Shan Fang. And now Mr. Henri Burris will present Shan Shan with her Champions Omega Seamaster Aquaterra Master Coaxial Wristwatch. And to present Shan Shan with another gift, it's her winning check. Please welcome Senior Executive Vice President and Group Head of Emirates NBD, Subo Saka. Thank you. We can now ask, ladies and gentlemen, our champion Shan Shan to come and say a few words.
Good evening, everybody. Well, it's me again. So I'm really happy to see you. I know everybody here say thanks to Omega and LET to make this event happen. And then I have to thank Golf in Dubai and their team. Oh my God, I forgot. Princess Kaya, you were the first. I forgot that. Sorry, that was my fault. Well, you're always the first. I'm really happy to be here again. When I was playing, I didn't really think about that I could win again, maybe 3 out of 4 times here. I would conclude it in one sentence. I love Dubai. And hopefully I can see all you guys here next year again. And I'll try my best next year again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2015 champion, Shan Shan Fang.